Sam's going to be out of pocket for about another 5 or 10 minutes. So we're going to go ahead and get started. And Councilmember Davis was in the middle of asking questions. So we're going to hand it off to you, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm not seeing Jackie. Jackie, are you still here? Hello, there you are.
I am.
I just have one other question, and it's about just the budget kind of in general for your department. What's your biggest concern this year with the budget that we have for your department?
Well, I think the biggest challenge for the housing department going forward is that as with the flood, I expect that when things begin to start to become more normal at City Hall, whatever that means, for the housing department, we are going to have to continue our work regarding COVID-19. So we're going to have to continue our response and doing transition with our homeless residents who are in temporary locations. We're going to be operating these 300 new facilities that we're going to be operating for long term that we're going to have to make adjustments for. And then finally, on the landlord tenant side, we don't know when the final impacts will hit for COVID-19 and what that means for either landlords or tenants. And so we're going to be continuing to monitor those efforts. So we had a very aggressive and substantial policy work that we were hoping to complete, and really the majority of that, or significant body of that, is going to be probably put aside because of our ongoing COVID-19 work.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then my next question is for Office of Economic Development, and this goes back to the dashboard. Kim, maybe a question for you. It looks like for the work to future clients that the estimated service level will be decreasing for 2021. And that really seems like it's one of our imperatives, is saving livelihoods, that we've been talking about this whole response. And I'm wondering why the target is decreasing for 2021 for work to future. Jeff, Jeff, you're on. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Yeah, hi, council member. Yes, Jeff Ruster with Office of Economic Development. Yeah, at the time that we provided these estimates, it was prior to COVID, and we were anticipating severe budget reductions based on the fact that at that time, our unemployment rate was extremely low. And our funding is driven by a formula which is tied to the unemployment rate. So clearly, if we had the opportunity to redo this estimate, it would be much higher than that.
Okay, so that's very helpful. I appreciate that. Is there any way, and I know these have already been published online, but it was very concerning for me, and I would think that it would be very concerning for the public to see this. If there's any way we could have an asterisk on this.
You know, this is Jim Shannon. I think we can do better, and we can update those. So we'll release an MBA that'll have the updated figures. I think there may have been a couple other tweaks, so we can release in one document that'll have all the new targets in there.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that, because I saw that and I'm not going to say I freaked out, but I freaked out a little bit.
Understand.
Because if there's one area we should definitely not cut, it's in work to future, because we know that with 20%, or even if it's 13% unemployment, that and Jeff, you and your team will be very needed going forward. So I appreciate that clarification. My next question then is for, I think it's for Rosalind. It's about the development projects processing time and the percent of projects that receive consistent feedback from staff. Again, on the dashboard. Is Rosalind here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I can't read all the names that fast. There are a lot on my screen. So for the targets for processing time, it looks to me like the plan check and the inspections in 24 hours targets. Well, the plan check target seems reasonable given what we've seen in the last 2 years, but the inspections in 24 hours going from 65 to 85% being the goal, and the inspections in 48 hours going from 73% to the goal being 95%, those just don't seem realistic. How is that going to happen when Jim was talking a little bit about how there would be some potential reductions in PBCE?
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Yes, so, we try to be very aggressive in our targets to improve service delivery. And part of the reason why we've done that is because we have been focused on the last year and a half, almost 2 years now, on our development services transformation work. And we anticipate that once we have these new tools and technologies fully available to staff, that's going to help us meet these targets. And I'll give you an example. I shared previously, through this work, we were able to implement the digital inspection form so that inspectors no longer have to use paperwork, come back to the office after they've been in the field to submit their paperwork and have that paperwork image. So now it's all done digitally. So we anticipate as we continue to make these improvements using our technology tools that we'll be able to actually deliver better services.
Okay. And I know you were doing there were some video inspections that were happening. Will that also contribute to this increase? I mean, it's a large increase, and I think it's awesome if it's possible, but if it's not, an attainable goal, then
Yeah, so we anticipate that utilization of the remote video inspections will also help us in terms of delivering to our customers. And again, this was something that we rolled out during COVID-19 and that we will continue to use and inspect to see greater efficiencies in that area as well.
Okay, great. Then the chart right to the right of that, it says percent of projects that receive consistent feedback from staff. It looks, and maybe it just didn't pull up right on my computer, but it looks like the 1920 estimate is missing on that graph. It's in the there's the 1819 actuals, and then which are supposed to be blue, and they're there. And then the 1920 estimate in the legend says it's orange, and there's nothing there. And then the 2021 goal is in gray, and I just don't see any of the orange. I don't know if it's not pulling up right on my computer.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. I'm pulling it up too, and you're right. It looks like that portion is missing. We can find out and circle back with you to provide that data.
Okay.
And,
So
and
I
that will
know-
be part of our packet.
Yeah, great. And the MBA that Jim was talking about earlier. Thank you. And so the only other question I have for you, Rosalind, is the same question I had for Jackie, which is, what is your biggest challenge or your biggest concern about this budget for your department this year?
I think that we're going to be left with figuring out how to better prioritize, right? And to make sure that we have the staff resources dedicated and assigned to those priorities. I think that's probably for my department, that's going to be the biggest challenge. my department, right, its work is based upon development projects coming through the door. And so obviously, we have the projections now and looking like what those applications might look like in terms in the next year at least. But I will say this, that our current workload and our staffing levels, we have much work on our plate, and I think even with our current staff levels, that we'll be able to continue to get that work done. But clearly, we're going to be left in a situation of prioritizing and again, making sure that we just assign the needed staffing resources to those priorities.
So things, thank you for that. I appreciate that. One of the things that we had talked about in the ad hoc committee, basically the entire time I've been on council, is the vacancies that you've had in your department. With the hiring freeze, were you left with vacancies in an area that A, won't be backfilled by anybody who's getting bumped and moving? And B, is that going to impact our ability to be ready when construction gets moving again? So we saw that there's a little bit of a lag in the construction during recovery time, but we were still building your team during the long expansion and still had a lot of vacancies kind of dogging your team.
Yes, thank you, council members. So thankfully, we pushed hard last fiscal year and actually at the beginning of this current fiscal year to fill those vacancies. Traditionally, our highest vacancies have been in the planning division. And last summer, we were at a level of 35, 40% vacancy rate. And with that hard push last fall, we were actually able to bring on board a number of planners, and that vacancy rate is now down to probably around 6 or 7%. And so we anticipate that we'll be able to maintain those staff and continue that work. I think for the other divisions, building division and code enforcement, their vacancies have not been severe historically. So that we'll be able to continue to maintain those service delivery.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for this section. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member, and the mayor's back, so.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thanks for taking over. Councilmember Perales?
Thank you. And get to my other computer here, sorry. So my questions actually kind of stem two different city service areas, but the hope is that there might be some focus here on the economic recovery. And so I'm looking at the, what is it here? The city service area, neighborhood services. We have a couple of things being cut, like Viva Calle and our activation in parks, and I'm hoping that there may be some ability to not necessarily redirect, but to focus some of what would be similarly denoted as placemaking or activation is the actual title here, but the same thing like Viva Calle, to be focused on some of our economic recovery efforts. And I'm thinking just already one example would be the suggestion from the mayor and Councilmember Davis on some of the open streets or the al fresco idea, and really the opportunities we may have to provide some open streets for our businesses to help them recover, as well as for our community to safely engage rather than in close quarters, but in more open spaces. And so it's kind of a cross section here. Again, fast forwarding a little bit to the neighborhood services CSA, but hoping to see there may be some opportunities with the economic recovery. So I'm looking at the placemaking and activation, and it actually talks about eliminating or discontinuing the both the Viva Calle and Viva Parks. And my first question was, when we denote that as eliminating those, I'm looking at some others, like just right below it, the aquatics program suspension. And I'm sorry, I'm on the Roman numeral 7 dash 230 for anybody that's interested. And that one says a suspension. And so my first question is, when it says suspension, I likely read that and it shows, right, that's suspended for the 1 year. But in the elimination, for instance, for Viva Calle and Viva Parks, is that safe to assume that's completely gone? We're not just thinking of that as a 1 year suspension. We're saying that's completely gone, and then we would need to reintroduce that into the budget in future years.
Like, Councilmember, Greg, if someone can maybe mute their line as they're typing potentially. So thanks for that opportunity to clarify. Skipping ahead a little bit, the placemaking and activation was funded on a one-time basis in 2021. So there's no ongoing funding associated with placemaking and activation. It's been a one-time funded item for a number of years. So it's not funded on an ongoing basis. So the elimination is because it's only funded for the 1 year, whereas family camp and aquatics are ongoing allocations. That's just the suspension.
Okay, that makes complete sense. It was one-time funded anyway, so we need to be one-time funded going forward. I know with Viva Calle there was a good amount of grant money for that, correct? Maybe 500,000, if I'm right.
Yeah, the grant money varied here and there. I got
or
that.
Fundraising too, maybe, that was being done.
Correct. So I think Parks worked really hard to try to get sponsorships and grants from other sponsors. So
my main question, Jim, is,
sorry.
If it is grant money and fundraising dollars, what's happening to those? Are they just being given back?
So those were one-time resources the previous year. So we would not receive those. So we captured the cost savings of the program. It's offset a little bit by the decrease in revenue, which I think the revenue is in 2021, it was about $145,000, a little bit less than $200,000. So it wasn't a necessarily cost recovery program. I think they worked really hard to get sponsorships, and that varied year to year. But on a budgetary basis, we have the savings of about $1 million offset by about $200,000 of about $144,000 of revenue.
Okay, and so there wasn't any grant dollars or fundraising that's we're giving back. I know we had to cancel already one Viva Calle. So is there potentially money that we've had to refund? And the reason I'm asking this, right, would be, is there a potential to redirect some of these dollars, right? Again, the one example that's just sitting in front of us is the alfresco, but there could be other examples similar to that where you say, we take this same idea of open streets concept, and we no longer have the same Viva Calle idea, but we shift it and say, we still want to do these open streets concept, but now it's going to be focused more on economic recovery, and we really just need help, as we identify what streets to shut down, how to shut them down in an affordable manner, right, without the need for a lot of traffic control or officers and the cost that we traditionally see with Viva Calle. Could we do that in a way that's more cost effective, but yet use some of these dollars that we were going to get that were either grant dollars or fundraising dollars to help do that? And that's what I'm trying to aim at.
I think, I'll let maybe Kim or John to talk about the economic portion of it. I don't know that we've received any grant revenue already that we have to give back. I think those are just projections that are otherwise not going to be received. But maybe if John.
And if we can clarify, just even for the Viva Calle that we just had to cancel, I imagine there were some dollars that we had already.
I think from an economic recovery point of view, we're really in agreement that our public spaces and certain places can play a major factor in resilience and keeping some of our small businesses alive. So we're very, very excited about that. I think that there are a number of costs, right? There's costs for city fees, which are generally not arbitrary, but they're related to staff time. So we're going to be looking at, can we do less staff time and get the fees down or eliminate them? There's costs to the businesses. They're going to have to generally perhaps buy some things like tables and chairs. And so we're going to work to make sure, do we have any way we can help cover those costs, or can we have minimal requirements? And then, as you said, council member, if we want to shut down streets, there's usually some staff and some costs required to do that. So we're in the early stages of trying to figure out everything that we can do to drive costs down and make this happen.
I'll just pipe in real quick. I don't think staff is telling me we haven't received any revenue for placemaking yet this year.
Yeah.
Councilmember.
I apologize, I'm on mute. If somebody from PRNS can answer, was there any fundraising that was done for the Viva Calle that we just had to cancel, and what happened to those funds?
I could just jump in. I think there is some Measure B money that comes from the VTA.
Yeah, I do have a note here from DOT. So Measure B provides an ongoing about $144,000 a year for Viva Calle. So it's part of education and encouragement part of that.
If I can jump, I think John may be joining the line shortly here, but yeah, in terms of Viva Calle, Kim, that is correct. There's $144,000 a year for the next 30 years allocated to Viva Calle. There's also additional pots of money, various pots of money that has been raised, so somewhere around $300,000. And I don't want to say too much about that since I've been a little removed from it, over the last year. But there are little pots of money that the team has raised to offset the cost of Viva Calle that we could also explore and take a look at.
Okay, so still nobody on the call that can answer the question about the fundraising.
It might be too that folks are getting. I think the neighborhood services CSA is set for tomorrow, so it may be just a little bit lagging to get on. So if we don't get to it now, we'll be sure to get to that when it comes up.
Okay, and I could bring it up at that point then. And like I said, the only reason I brought it up now is because I see the opportunity for these two city service areas to can this effort flex a little bit, right? And before we were talking about activation in our what traditionally would be just roadways for cars, and now opening it up for people on bikes and walking, and and so can we shift that, right, and use those, whether they were dollars that we fundraised and maybe or other monies, as Angel pointed out, could be in other pots, or potentially this money with Measure B. So that's also a question I'll have, and if there can be an answer for that tomorrow, would be what happens to that money, right? I mean, if we're saying we're eliminating in our budget right now, do we jeopardize losing that money for the next 29 years now? And so and if we do, right, then maybe we make a shift and we say we're not totally eliminating Viva Calle. We're changing the way that it looks like, and maybe we're only changing it for a year or so during this crisis, but we're still going to be shutting down streets. Heck, we could still shut down 6 or 7 miles for all we know if we find places and streets all throughout the city, right, where we say here's some business corridors and districts that we want to find and help these businesses open up into the street. And so I want to be creative in that sense. And when I was looking at that, I saw that opportunity to fold over. So I think we can continue this maybe tomorrow with the neighborhood services CSA. But I'm hoping we can get a couple more answers in regards to some of those things, like what's happening to the Measure B dollars. I'd like to know how much more money we do actually have, or was there any money that was fundraised? Is there any opportunity? And then maybe it would end up being no cost, no hit to our general fund, and we can just utilize some of these resources, right, and help us in the economic recovery. That's it. Thanks. Down 6 or 7 miles for all we know if we find places and streets all throughout the city, right, where we say here's some business corridors and districts that we want to.
Okay, thank you. Is that it, Councilmember Pross?
Yeah, that's it for me. That was kind of it
You had
was
some cheering in the
interesting.
background.
Yeah, it was like a mirror of myself.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I don't know how you do that, but I'm sure we're going to try now. Any other questions on this item? I just had a couple myself. First, I do want to, I know a lot of questions are coming up about CARES Act criteria and whether or not we can use CARES Act money in different ways. And I just want to encourage everybody to go to home.treasury.gov, which is the US Department of Treasury. They've got on there, if you go to the local government section, it talks in great detail about CARES Act. And it's just important for all of us to keep in mind as we're thinking about this money and how it can be used, what the constraints are, which may save you a lot of time and trouble and staff as well as you're thinking about it. There are three basic requirements. That first, that the money has to be a necessary expenditure incurred due to public health emergency. Okay, obviously there's gonna be a lot of debate about what's necessary or not. The second two requirements, though, or the second and third requirements, I think are probably most informative. One is that it has to be an expenditure that was, quote, not accounted for in the budget most recently approved of as of March of this year. So in other words, if we were going to spend it anyway, we're going to spend the money by employing people in a basic city service, and we had it in our budget as of March, it can't be used. That we can't use CARES Act money to fund that particular expenditure, and so that's a really big constraint. In other words, we can't backfill. That's what Department of Treasury is saying. And then the third requirement says that the expenditures have to have been incurred during the period between March 1st and December 30th. Again, so it's not going to help us with any ongoing expenditure beyond this calendar year, which means we need to go find general fund money for that. So I just want to sort of level set expectations because I know this is in lots of folks' minds as we're asking about a lot of questions, and it's helpful to at least have those basic constraints in mind as we're thinking about how we could or could not use that money. It will be super important for us, particularly as we're providing some basic needs like food and housing for many families that are struggling right now. It's just not going to be able to provide a lot of the other things that we typically provide in the city. I had a few questions on the economic development more generally. First, on workforce development, I see I'm looking at Roman numeral 7-69. So this is 7-69, where it describes the basic line items. And we see the workforce development funding dropping from 11.8 million to 10.7 million. And I'm wondering, I don't know if Jeff Rusher is on or maybe Kim could answer this, but is that just purely a function of federal funding?
Yes, this is Jeff Ruster again, Mayor. Yes, I mean, our formula, again, is tied, our funding is tied to a formula which is tied to the unemployment rate.
Yeah.
At times, our funding goes way up, as it did back in the Great Recession in 2009, 2010, as the state does reserve some of its federal funds for workforce and then releases them to the local workforce development boards when there are large layoffs. So we are expecting to get additional funds outside our normal allocation, which will augment that number that you just cited.
Okay. Yeah, that's, you kind of anticipate where I was going, Jeff, because we all expect, obviously it's too soon to be able to talk about meaningful recovery when we can't even get a lot of workers back to work. But obviously that will be a big focus. And I know many, at least certainly many Democratic members of Congress will be pushing hard for workforce funding. And I guess my question is, to what extent do we think we're prepared for a one-time significant infusion of funding? And by prepared, I mean, are we really ready to be able to put those dollars to work right away to help a lot of our unemployed, struggling residents get into another job, get a different skill?
That's a great question, Mayor. We have just recently transitioned the work to future model, so it's 100% online service delivery. Before, because we were federally funded and the requirements that went with that, it was all face-to-face and it was all paper-based. So we've gotten certain regulatory relief from the state and from the feds that now allow us to enroll our clients online, and we've also used technology now much more than we have in the past to for job counseling, to provide our workshops. We have online training. We've even done recently our first virtual job fair that we did back on April 29th, that we had about 30 employers and 500 job seekers, and that went very well. So we're transitioning. We've done that transition to online. We do anticipate, though, as the social distancing requirements are gradually relaxed, that many of our clients are not comfortable with online service delivery and would much prefer and would benefit from face-to-face delivery. So as we have the opportunity to open our doors, again, in light of social distancing restrictions being relaxed, we anticipate having a hybrid model. We do have contractors on board. We're doing a new request for proposal to bring additional contractors on board. Hopefully with some additional resources provided through the stimulus package and other means, we'll be able to meet the demand. So we're as prepared as we've ever have been, and we're ready to serve clients today.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate your thinking about bringing on contract resources, because I know this is one of those one-time surges that we can never really prepare for, but there's a one-time source of funding that we suspect won't be there for forever. And I know this probably goes without saying, but I know that we're trying to get a lot of information out right now about resources that are available at the library, and I think about the online resources they have, like lynda.com, that provides job skills for a lot of folks. I know Robert Half International was very helpful in getting us free access to software for folks to learn accounting or coding or things like that. Is that part of the repertoire that Work to Future is using as well?
Some of those tools, yes. And then when we don't have those tools, we will make referrals over to the library as well. So.
Okay. Great to know. Thank you. Thanks for the work. I know this is a tough time. We're really going to need you guys in the next couple of years. Rosa, I was hoping to talk about Roman numeral 3-4. And this may just be more of a budget question for Jim than it is anything for your department. But it refers to the PBCE budget. And I'm assuming this is not a mistake, and maybe it just reflects the difference between general funded budgets and fee-based budgets. But if we look at the overall city source and use of funds, in planning, building, code enforcement, and Roman numeral 3-4, you see we had an adopted budget in our current year of $62 million for PBCE. The proposed budget is $15 million. Is that just a reflection of what's certain to be spent with the general fund? Like we're waiting for fees to fill in the rest, or why that really sharp drop?
So the difference there is this, so 2021 will be the first year that the development fee programs are no longer in the general fund. So they've always been a cost recovery program, planning, building, code enforcement, citywide planning, fire, public works, all that stuff has been in the general fund for years, always been cost recovery.
Yeah.
And so right now, so for better transparency, less error probability, we're moving those into their own special funds. So now they're in the back of the book where you have the source and use of funds. So there's a source and use statement for planning, for building, for public works fee programs. So those are all separate there. So it's going to be a 1 year weird look in the general fund.
Yeah.
For those departments.
Okay, well that makes sense, because I know there's some legal restrictions about how we can use that money anyway. So
right.
I guess it makes sense to move in a special fund. Great. And then Jackie, I know we were texting back and forth as we were getting information from the governor's office. And I know it's now public because I think he just announced his proposed budget. And we're all excited at some opportunities, as awful as the budget must be at the state level. The pass-through is $750 million for the purchase of motels. And I know you've been looking at a couple sites, but I'm sure the competition is going to be fierce among cities that have already been leasing up motels. Do we have, I recall we were working with Nancy's team and I think even a real estate broker or consultant to help us find sites. And were motels included in that search?
Yes. So, yes, we earlier on thought that it might be a great opportunity to purchase a whole hotel given what was happening in the economy. And so we did send out Nancy's team to do a first round look, which is when we found a smaller hotel. But subsequent to our conversation just recently, there is a larger hotel that we are going to be looking at that
Okay,
looks
great.
like it just came up for sale.
Okay, wonderful. In addition to Nancy's team, do we actually have somebody, like a broker or somebody out there hunting for us? Because I know.
We do have a broker.
Oh, great.
So,
Okay, wonderful. Well, I'm glad we're leaning into that opportunity because,
yes, we're on it.
great. Thank you so much. I think those were all the questions I had. So thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Esparza? Councilor Esparza, I think you might be on mute. Your hand is up. Maybe an old hand since that hand was raised before.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's an old hand.
Okay.
I raised it for public safety.
Okay, great. All right, thank you very much. We'll move on then to the next section. And that next section, Jim, forgive me.
It's that next section is
That is
public.
public safety. Okay, so
Yep.
that's why Councilmember Esparza had her hand up. Okay, Councilmember Esparza, we're on to public safety.
Okay, little excitement there. So actually, I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, the questions for public safety. This is emergency services, police and fire. This might be the first time in city council history. Oh, Councilmember Esparza, you're
Yeah.
back.
Sorry about that. I'm juggling a little bit in this unusual study session.
Yes.
So I had some questions about public safety. I've noticed that we have cut the higher head. We've cut services in neighborhoods such as the walking beat. And we've cut, for example, out of the budget, some money to plan for redistricting the city's busiest police district. Now that those are allowed in both the CARES Act, given the Treasury Q&A, and possibly under the HEROES Act, do we have plans to put those back in, or does the council need to take action on that?
Councilmember, this is Jim Shannon. So I think as we had talked about before, just a couple of clarifications. So a lot of the funding that is referenced there, the higher ahead program and the overtime amounts were one-time funded either in 1920, whereas for the higher ahead program, it was funded on a one-time basis again in 2021. So we just wanted to clarify that there. But yeah, as we talked about earlier, I think our analysis of what the CARES Act funding should be used for, and along with the nature of our response for what we need to do to help our community and help the most vulnerable, will be a conversation we'll be having over the next couple of weeks as we sort of try to figure out, what exactly we can do with that CARES Act funding. So it's, yeah.
Yeah, I'm concerned because we're cutting actual service into neighborhoods. And in the guidance about the CARES Act, funding can be used to meet payroll expenses for public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, and similar employees whose services are dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID. And then given the federal language to then be able to expand the use of the CARES Act funds to cover lost, delayed, or to decrease revenue. How have we looked at the CARES Act funding to not cut those sorely needed items? I mean, what has been our study of the CARES Act to not make those cuts in our neighborhoods?
Yeah, so let me start, and I think we probably we're trying to talk through this a little bit. So actually, the mayor just kind of listed off some of the requirements, and I'm certainly going to be looking to.
Yeah, and I have the Q&A right in front of me. So, I mean,
And I'm not proposing to do a full analysis here, but I think the way I've been understanding the way the monies could be used, and it just used police department as an example. The monies could be used to reimburse for like the compliance cars and the other activities that we have taken on to respond to the emergency, but they're not eligible per se to use for functions that we've already been performing around the typical public safety functions, as an example. Now, if that interpretation is evolving and changes, I think we'll certainly want to take advantage of it. But that's been my understanding of the limitations associated with the funding, and I'm happy to be corrected by Lee, or I see Tony's on the police department, but I think I think that's been my understanding.
okay, so we can probably take this offline. But in particular, as things change, I believe, and I'm happy to take it offline, that there is an ability to use CARES Act funding for public safety. And then certainly as things change, I mean, that's the thing, things are changing so fast that if we can incorporate any future changes by the time we come and vote on a budget in June, because I know the budget, we're doing our best, and this is really unprecedented, but between, attrition and having to cut academies and having to cut really sorely needed planning, for example, for redistricting, the last time we did that was in the 2000s, right? And so if it's possible to put those back into the budget, then we should.
And I think you're right, Councilmember. I think, and I don't want anyone thinking this is the last opportunity. We've started that discussion on the federal funding, I think, in earnest this last week. That discussion is going to continue with the council. I think we've got several dynamics at play here. One is, as Lee was showing on Tuesday, we've kind of spent that money twice already. That's one issue. And then the second issue that you're raising and others is what can we actually spend that money on? And so I think we're wanting to push that envelope, but we also need to be realistic that we don't expose ourselves. And so that conversation is going to continue with the council as we continue, as we go through the remainder of the year and into next year. How we marry that up with the budget process, fair enough. We'll have to figure that out, whether it's before the adoption, if we're able to. And as we said earlier, we'll certainly, I think, can issue an MBA that kind of updates the council as much as we know. And so, you have everything that you need to make decisions, before adoption. But I think even after that, we'll need to continue to update the council on what we know and what we can do so that we can continue to make adjustments along the way. So certainly I don't want to be dismissive of any of the questions that are coming forward, and just, kind of paint the picture in terms of what are our opportunities. And so hopefully that helps a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just on that point on the Q&A, I know you're aware of this, Councilmember Esparza, but it requires specifically that the payments be for those public safety employees whose services are, quote, substantially dedicated to mitigating and responding to COVID, the public health emergency. So certainly there are police officers whose job it has been to enforce the public health order, and there's no question that should be eligible as long as the expenditure happened before the end of the calendar year based on the regs. I think the question is, and certainly, for example, firefighters who are responding to emergency medical call, again, if it's COVID related. The question is what happens to the 95% of folks who are not specifically responding. And I think that's where, at least at this point, we don't have a lot of great Treasury guidance that helps us say we can go put money there. And again, the constraints are pretty significant. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, on fire department, I wanted to thank Jim and Chief Sapien for adding the Lucas devices. As you know, Mayor, I've been requesting Lucas devices I think every year that I've been in office, after I learned about them with a fire ops training or something that we did our first year. And I'm glad to see we're finally going to have a Lucas device for every station. That's really cool. But I did want to ask Chief Sapien, I saw in the operating budget message, I think it was the appendix 3 or attachment 3, that the fire station 37 staffing, we were kind of pre-funding the staffing so that we could get matching grants to make sure that we could staff fire station 37 when it was complete. And I just wanted to ask, I saw that has been eliminated, and I understand that we have more immediate needs, but my question is, are we missing out on grant funding by not doing that?
Councilman, as the chief gets on, let me give you my understanding is that was so the fire station 37 will be operational starting the second half of the following fiscal year in 21-22.
Right.
And so we were sort of setting aside some funding for that future application. So we're not missing our window here. We're just not getting the head start that we were looking for to set aside some of that matching funding for the SAFER grant. Given where we're at, but we haven't missed an opportunity yet.
Okay, and what was the amount that we were going to set aside?
I believe that amount was 472, somewhere around that range in the upper 400s.
Okay.
But then it would be the following year would require a larger infusion. So the SAFER Act is a multi-year grant where you have to step up the city commitment over a period of time. But the first year amount was $485,000. I'm not being
485.
told, yeah. But
So by putting that off, does that just mean we wouldn't start that until potentially the next fiscal year? And again, Jim, this it goes along with what we've been talking about pushing out the pain and how much we want to push out pain that we know is going to happen later as well. So I guess what I'm asking, and this is for you and Chief Sapien, is, by not doing this, what are we doing to our chances of not being able to staff Fire Station 37 when it opens?
Councilmember Robert Sapien, Fire Chief. We're not precluded from applying or being awarded in the 2022 cycle. What we won't be doing is pre-funding the city's required match. So I think if we went that route without pre-funding, we would be looking for those funds in the future. I think it would be a policy question as to whether or not we did or did not accept those funds. I think in more dire circumstances where there's an absence of SAFER funding and an absence of or a reduction in budget, we would really have to look at the entire city deployment to determine if there's an alteration that we could make to staff Station 37.
And you've been through this once before, Chief, and we've had a fire station that was shuttered after it was completed. But knowing that this is, Jim has already said multiple times, we're already worse than the Great Recession, and we had that case before. I know you can understand my concern.
Yes, and I share your concern, and I think as demonstrated both by the 2016 organizational review that you are all familiar with, and the later refresh that we did to identify the prioritized station locations under Measure T, clearly the geographic area that Station 37 would serve is identified as the top priority as being underserved relative to resources in that area. So I think no matter what, we would have to do something to make sure that we got resources into Station 37.
Whether or not we get the SAFER grant, whether or not we pre-fund it now.
Right. No matter what, the service needs are definitely still a priority, no matter what our funding options are.
Okay. And by foregoing this pre-funding, what would be the first year amount of funding that we would need in the following fiscal year to meet our SAFER requirement?
Right. So there's variables there. I'll use the example of Station 37, and I'll keep the math very simple. For Station 35, excuse me, when we restored Engine 35, which had been cut by budget action in the prior recession, we submitted a proposal to the SAFER grant that covered the full amount of the engine for, I believe, a several year period where the city's matching funds increased annually over time until we assumed full costing. This would be similar. I believe right now the SAFER would require about a 30% or so match, and so I would say we're looking, based upon the estimates that we provided to you, a full company for a full year is about $4 million.
Okay. Thank you. And you may have heard in the previous session me ask other directors, and I'm going to ask you the same question. What's your biggest concern in this budget for your department, or the biggest challenge?
I'll give you a two-part answer. The top challenge is always making sure that we are achieving our performance standards. So having enough resources to meet the service demands and the response time performance requirements on the operation side of the operation is always our top priority, and it's always challenged by a growing population and increasing traffic and other challenges throughout the city. I think beyond that, we are still operating under a strategic plan, and so continuing to advance our strategic objectives under that plan, advancing a variety of technology innovations, and continuing just to keep that going, I think, is my biggest concern. We have such great momentum going over the last few years that just keeping that plan moving is important to us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll move on to PD. Chief, I know that you probably have a big answer to what's your biggest concern in this budget for your department, so I'm just going to ask you that.
Well, council member, I'll be honest with you. For a while here, I felt I think there's a mythology equation that I kind of put to this, where there's a guy in Greek mythology, I think, that got punished by rolling a really heavy boulder up a bridge only to see it fall the way down before he gets it up there. I've been through this before. And to be honest with you, my concern is really just the growth of the police department and continuing to grow it. And we're going to have to keep status quo where we're at until we continue to grow again. Response times, we've been dealing with issues ever since 2012. And then we've come so far to then get to this point. And so my concern is really the realistic expectations that need to be established. Obviously, we're going to continue to fight crime the best we can. We're going to keep doing what we're doing for our community. But at the end of the day, I think the realistic expectations of what the police department will be able to undergo, I mean, there's no secret. I mean, I could add 400 police officers today and we'd still be the least staffed major police department in the country. So obviously, now we just need to tighten up our belts. And I know I have an amazing command staff and I have amazing police officers that are going to answer the call like they always do. But it's certainly not going to be easy. And it comes on, and whatever we see the results are going to come on the backs of our police officers and our men and women wearing the uniform. And so that's what I struggle with going forward. But I know other departments are struggling with it as well. But that's really real to me, and that's what I go to bed with every night.
Can you talk a little bit about the impact of the elimination of the higher ed program?
Well, obviously, I mean, that was obviously very important to us as one of the first steps in growth of the police department. You know, when we hire individuals, it'd be great to hire them ahead of time, as we know we're having vacancies, so that way they can hit the ground running when individuals retire. With the elimination of the higher ed program, we really can't hire anybody until someone retires. And then that officer is not going to be ready for another year. So as an example, if I lose 50 officers to retirement in January, I can't hire 50 until they retire. And unfortunately, those 50 aren't going to be ready for another year to hit the street. And so it's obviously not the best case scenario for us, and it does hurt us and it does push us back. There's no secret. There's no easy way to say that. It definitely feels like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But again, it's one thing that we're going to have to continue to fight through.
Do you usually have retirements happen in that way where they're all retiring at kind of at the same time, or you have chunks in certain times of the year?
Usually retirements happen 2 times of the year, usually in January and then usually again in the summer at some point, but generally the bulk of them are in January. And so we'll have, we could have anything from 20, 30, 40 officers or staff retire in those chunks. And then that's at the point where we'd be able then to hire people to fill those positions without the hire head.
Will you still be able to do 3 academies next year?
Well, we're hopeful that we can do that. Obviously the academies are going to have to be, the academies will have to be a little smaller. Obviously 3 academies really does help us. We found that only having 2 academies, we lose a lot of recruits that are looking at other places, as other places start hiring as well. So we want to keep the 3 academies. And if those numbers have to be a little less, then they'll have to be a little less. Ultimately, in the end of the day, I mean, we're staffed at 1151 right now, and we were hoping to get a little higher than 1151, but it's clear at this point that we're not going to be at anything over 1151 until things change. And so we know that we're hopeful to keep the 3 academies, but if we need to drop numbers down in each, then that's something that we'll have to do. But it's imperative, I think, we believe for us, for a recruiting perspective, to keep the 3.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Hello, sorry.
Yes, Councilmember Perales?
Yes, sorry. Let me pull up my notes here. So actually, and I'll ask a couple questions of the chief while he's there. Chief, do you have an indication on what the retirements look like going forward into this next year, and how impactful we think not having the higher head will be with actual numbers? And I know that's going to be hard to estimate, but if you have an idea.
You know what, council member, what I looked at my recent statistics and that we put forward is I think I have about approximately 70 retirements between now and the end of the next fiscal year that are retirement eligible. So we have about 70 that are retirement eligible. So that's kind of where we're at now. Obviously, between now and the next fiscal year, they reach their retirement eligible age at different perspectives and different times. And so then we'd be able to hire that. But I mean, as an example, throughout the hire head, and I know it was one-time funding going year to year, but if we knew we were losing, 50 officers in a year, then we can hire those officers and hopefully get them online before those other officers had retired. But right now, towards the end of next fiscal year, what I'm looking at projected is about 70 retirements, 69 to 70 retirements.
Okay, thank you. And I'm curious in regards to this language that we are looking at around the CARES Act funding, specifically for public safety employees, and curious in regards to how we're interpreting that, and so whether it's Chief, your interpretation, I guess I'm not clear exactly who sort of doing the best interpreting here is if it's you, Chief, Dave, yourself, Jim, or the mayor. But looking at the language here myself, talks about public safety employees, payments for services that were substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency. And as the mayor has pointed out, clearly there's some strong wording there, right? Services substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency. But I am interested in who here is making the best interpretations on, how we interpret that language, and then how we're, allocating the dollars, especially moving into this next year. And I don't know which.
Yeah,
which
so I
one of you
think,
can answer.
Councilmember, I think Lee's our point, but he's relying, and I'll let him speak. Obviously, he's relying and connecting with a lot of different sources. But I see Lee as our kind of expert in this area, recognizing that he's also trying to figure it out as we go along.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. So, I think the EOC recovery team, as well as, our federal lobbyists, we've been very engaged in, and luckily our federal lobbyists have pulled together all the other large cities that received a direct allocation. So we're part of a consortium where we're looking at how we're not only looking at these FAQs, but the original guidance, because the original guidance is really the foundation of what we need to follow. The FAQs are more clarifications or things that they possibly missed in the effort to get this out really quick. So we've been using the federal lobbyists, also our experts at Witt O'Brien through the FEMA process, which have also had some experience dealing with Treasury on other disasters. And we absolutely do agree, as the mayor said, substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 emergency. And in the slides that we showed you on Tuesday, there are funds associated with that. So between the EOC, Jim and his budget team, we're going through that analysis now to understand what scale is most appropriate. But I can say at this point in time, most of the major cities that receive the CARES Act funding are looking at just as I think the mayor or Dave said, I forget which one, obviously the overtime cars related to the COVID-19, those could be captured here, absolutely. But it's important to remember the original guidance was anything already budgeted in the budget, you should not be able to use CARES Act funding for that. And so we're really trying to understand and get additional definitions or clarification from Treasury, but that's how we view it at this point in time.
And council member, let me throw my hat in the ring on this one too, because my staff has worked closely with Lee and his team, and working with the Witt O'Brien, the consultants. There's also a lot of discussion taking place among city attorneys, county council nationwide, and there's listservs, and these types of issues come up all the time. And so interpreting is not just looking at the Treasury regulations, which is the main start. The FAQs come into play. Discussions with people that are in the business, like Witt O'Brien, and then other attorneys, and so I think that the language, starts broadly, but it is that substantially dedicated limitation that I think we've all been struggling with. And there's always the opportunity, and I guess working through our federal lobbyists probably, to ask Treasury for further clarification if we want to ask that question. So this is a discussion that's ongoing, not just in this context, but in use of the CARE funds in whether it's food distribution or other contexts as well.
Thank you. And I'm not, I guess right now thinking too much about backfilling some of the traditional costs, because we recognize this can't be things that we already had funded. So just general police services can't be included. But I do think, and I agree with Lee, that things like the overtime car specifically dedicated to the shelter in place, certainly, right? That to me makes sense, and I'm glad it makes sense to everybody else. I'm thinking of, are there other, additional uses like that? And I'm curious, Chief, if you've been engaged on this to kind of think about how do we add something to the mix? And so is there something else in addition, and I'll give you just the example. For instance, Chief, you started up the Guardian Card program, right? And that specifically to address some of these after some of these mass shootings that we saw happen specifically here in Gilroy. And so we had I think a pretty small response, right, on the shelter in place guidelines. And is that something, Chief, that you've been engaged on, or could you to be thinking about further what else may we be able to do? And I'll give you one idea before you answer. We had this past weekend, right? We had the Cinco de Mayo events. And when you look at the hotspot of where the collection of these individuals occurred, it happened right there in the heart of, right, the east side, East Santa Clara, east of my district, or the east of my district. And when you look at then the cluster of cases and deaths, it overlaps terribly so, right, with the hotbed of individuals that have had or been infected or died. These same areas. And so could we, have a similar program to like what we've had with the Guardian cars and beef up our shelter in place, response, or the COVID-19 response that may help, yourself as whether it's not necessarily through the budget actions right now, but just in the response to this effort, and then maybe even give us an opportunity to focus on some of these areas that we know they're being hard hit.
Council member, and I'll say, I'll have to talk to the manager's office a bit more about things, but I mean, from a philosophical perspective, if what you're asking is to try to get funding to get officers to enforce the shelter in place with regards to people in crowds, is that what your question is?
No, I've actually been fine with the model of issuing warnings that you've taken, and I think that's what you've utilized officers for at the moment, right? The overtime officers that you've had responding to shelter in place have done, for the most part, very light enforcement and mostly warnings, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so it would be similar to that, but what I'm saying is that, so first question, were you engaged on saying, hey, is there anything else, Chief, you'd like to be able to do? Because there may be the opportunity for CARES Act dollars for you to do, or have additional resources and in that regard, right? For instance, right there, just on the officers that you had responding to shelter in place. Or was that just a decision you made on your own and you didn't even know or care if there was, CARES Act dollars for it?
No, I mean, we make those decisions mindfully. I've spoken with Deputy Chief Tyndall from BFO and have talked about it. And to be honest with you, the need right now is not that great. And so we kind of brought back a little bit some of those cars and haven't been deploying as many, and soon to be actually not deploying any at all. And so, I mean, certainly we can relook to see if things change in the city with regards to where activity is happening. We'll always be fluid in that area. So it's certainly an area that we can certainly look at. I can tell you no. I mean, if something's flaring up somewhere, then we absolutely can reinstate.
Okay, I definitely think we should consider that, especially if it's not going to hit our budget, and this is something that we could tap into the CARES Act dollars on, and it may not be in the same vein that we initiated it with, going out to say a business owner that's opening when they're not necessarily supposed to. But in my mind, around the example that I gave, it could be: are we focusing on the areas that we know are unfortunately hardest hit and the hotbed areas? And then when in those areas we see this blatant disregard of the shelter in place, we know that all that's going to do is exasperate the potential cases in those areas. And could we have a dedicated resource similar to the ongoing Guardian cars? Could we have a dedicated resource, even if it's just for the next 6 months or so, that says we're going to be able to deploy officers as needed, for this during this pandemic? And so that's. And especially, again, if there's not a cost to us, if that's something that we can cover with the CARES Act funding, that's what I'm hoping that we can think of. The other idea was we are looking at eliminating the vacancies within CSOs. I don't think we're using CSOs for this purpose. Correct, Chief? Even though we're not enforcing, we're just doing warnings, but we're not using CSOs for that, right?
No, we are not.
And that wouldn't be something that you think, okay, well, rather than eliminate that, if we can cover the cost of some of these CSOs with CARES Act dollars, it still wouldn't be, you don't think you would utilize them for shelter-in-place warnings?
No, we would not.
Okay. Let me get back to my questions here. And actually, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just follow up on, I thought Councilmember Perales was an interesting line of questioning there, and I just want to follow up with one question, Chief. If we had evidence, and I know that it's very hard to get the data here, and in fact, our data probably is not showing this, but I know in New York it is showing, for example, that domestic violence is spiking during this period. And if we have reason to believe, as I think we do, that, you know, whatever reports we're getting are probably not telling the whole picture. If we had, for example, a unit that was proactively responding to domestic violence probationers to do welfare checks on the home where we know there might be minor children or spouses or other adults in the residence, is that something you had considered as being a potential? Would that be useful, and B, is that something we think could be colorably funded by CARES Act?
Mayor, I have to tell you, I don't think I've ever heard of something being done like that proactively with DV, with probationers to check on them like that. It's something that I think we would have to take back to see, you know, if it's worked other places, if it's been done other places. I mean, what's been done? I don't know exactly if you know, if that's something that's feasible. We'd have to study that.
Okay, just curious. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I can.
Oh, okay, great. So one of the questions that I had, and thank you for bringing this up, Mayor. I think it's outside of the outside thinking. What you've just mentioned right now of bringing up the domestic violence issues that we've seen in other large cities and what we can do in ours with some of the CARES money. I would also venture to say that I think one of the reasons that many victims don't come forward, or there isn't enough closure rates in some of the domestic violence and sexual assault cases, is because there's not enough staffing to go around to serve some of the orders related to some of the cases. And so I wonder if that could be something while we are sheltered in place, if the numbers continue to come up, that could be a response. So I appreciate your consideration in that, Chief Garcia. I think adding to that would also be if you would consider, Chief, also looking at not necessarily maybe our calls for service alone, but also the calls for service from the service providers, being that what we've heard is that there are a lot more calls for service for domestic violence and sexual assault and child abuse than there are calls into the police department. And that just may mean that finally we're getting more victims calling in for support, maybe not for police intervention, but I know that the best, some of the best practices is when the service providers come together with the San Jose Police Department, or with the local police department, to augment those efforts. And maybe this is an approach that's kind of outside the box thinking. I really love that you brought that up, Mayor. And so maybe this is something else that you would consider, Chief.
Councilmember, let me just say, I think we're all going to need to get in a room at some point, because I think the information,
Yes.
you know, because the information that we're getting from when we reach out, and I know that my deputy chief and her units reaching out to the providers may be a little bit different than other information we're hearing. I think we all need to get in a room and figure out what's exactly we want, because we're not getting
I appreciate that.
Obviously, we've discussed that our calls for service and our reports in these particular areas, although we're very sensitive to it and will react as if they are spiked, are not in fact spiking here right now. And we're not in fact hearing a lot from our service providers either. So when I hear that, I think we all just need to get in a room and really have that discussion so that we're all operating on the same page.
Wonderful. So I know that my team is listening. We'll definitely get that going. I just don't know that we're any different from any other large city, and that our crime increases in these specific areas that we've seen worldwide, not just nationwide, but we've seen it worldwide, that we're any different. So I think it's just a matter of piecing this puzzle together. So I'm glad to hear that, and we'll take that question offline. Mayor, now when we first came back on from lunch, I know we were talking about economic development, and I apologize, I came in a couple of minutes later, so I don't know if I still am able to talk. I just have one question
I
about
think it
economic.
just depends on whether or not someone's available to answer the questions. Dave, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll do our best. We may have to loop back because, I am sensitive, and we've told staff, you don't have to stay on for the full 2 days, so they're kind of following and tracking the sections. And so
Yeah.
certainly we can take a question and come back if
Sure.
Yep.
That works for me.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So in listening to, this is something we've already said multiple times from different folks, but Mayor, you reminded us that we have to make sure that when we use the CARES money, we're not supplanting a service that we're already funding, or filling in the holes for some of the services that we are, we're basically reducing right now in this process. So loud and clear. But I know that the CARES money is there to respond to some of the impact for COVID. So what are some of the parameters around economic development? Because it's really easy to kind of see or make a connection between public safety and COVID, or public health. What is that kind of nexus for economic development?
Yeah, no, so I think that's a good question, and how can we and I'll just say this, I think things are pretty blurry between our response activities and as we get into just general recovery activities. And so that's pretty blurry there. And then, as we talk about recovery, there's all these different buckets of recovery in terms of just our functional, support of recovery efforts. So I think it's a good question, and I don't have the answer sitting here right now, and I don't know if Lee does, but I think we'll need to loop back and as we try to continue the conversation around the dollars and how they can be used. It's not just the response efforts that I think we've been very focused on, but is also kind of the recovery process and how can we use those dollars in that effort.
Yeah, I would just to add on, I would say the coronavirus relief fund, as we kind of showed the structure of it, kind of the getting the economy back online, or small business support in the recovery process, are not spoken about in the CARES Act guidance very much. It's mostly about the recovery. Again, though, as we outlined on Tuesday, the Department of Commerce has released a fairly large bill that the Office of Economic Development is working on now to put in for a grant. We do believe that we'll be successful in that, and that is based off of population. So we are hoping we do well on that. And then while the HEROES Act, which was released on Tuesday morning, again, this is in the very first inning, and I imagine that bill changes quite a bit. There is a lot more language in that package, and a little bit more looking into the recovery of the economy and institutions rather than the response in that piece of legislation. But again, first inning of the game in Congress for that.
Got it. So as it stands now, what I heard, and I think somebody else asked this question about, or maybe it was just in my head. It's been a long week. So there is, yes, somebody asked about the cuts from the retail wide strategy. And I think Kim said that internally you were all going to manage. And so we didn't need to hire anybody additionally. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right, council member. And, you know, it does somewhat launch me into kind of a, I want to kind of, because I've been listening to some of the questions, and it's probably worth just pausing for a second and kind of acknowledging something here. So we've continued and will continue to work really in two realms: traditional city services, and then our COVID response, and then recovery. And if you can kind of think of a Venn diagram and two overlapping circles, that's the realm that we're in. There is nothing in this budget around our COVID response or recovery. The budget funds our traditional city services. We're able to respond to COVID, and that means continue through the recovery process by the redeployment of staff. And so it's kind of a hard thing, and even for me to kind of think through. So there's nothing in the budget that specifically funds COVID response or recovery.
Right.
We're relying on that redeployment aspect that I'm talking about. And so the fact that we're not funding that retail position, and that's a great example actually, because it kind of got my mind going. Our ability to support recovery efforts doesn't depend on that position at all. It depends on our ability to continue to be able to do this redeployment to these response and recovery functions. Now, right now in the recovery mode, in the response mode, we've got staff that their normal work doesn't exist anymore, and so they're now all on response. I keep saying this, as we move into reopening, it's going to get more and more and more complicated for us as we attempt to kind of do the traditional city services and the recovery and response functions. And so, good questions. But, I think a lot of it will boil down to our ability to prioritize and continue to redeploy staff to where we want. Now, as we prioritize the recovery efforts, that's where we're going to be prioritized. And that may mean other things kind of get sacrificed and compromised. But I don't want any of us thinking that fact that we didn't fund the retail position translates to not being able to do work in the recovery mode, because it really is up to us how we prioritize. But I hope that helps, because we're all kind of thinking through this, and I think the questions are really legitimate. But I just wanted to kind of do a little bit of a ramble there in terms of how we're dealing with this, and what the budget is and what the budget isn't.
Right. Now, I heard from Jim, and I think I asked this really early on, that this, and I think Councilmember Davis also asked, like, this does not reflect any of the CARES. This is just our budget, so loud and clear. Although it's really difficult to extract, because it's one and the same. Some of the same positions are doing some of the recovery pieces to this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's why I kind of use that diagram kind of example, because there's this overlap for sure. And so it's, but I certainly appreciate the question.
Yeah, so I saw that on the document, it still had, from the retail strategy, it continued to have the old kind of, and I don't know that it necessarily needs to change at this point, maybe in the future as we're thinking how all this gets deployed. But it had the 4 areas where it was downtown, the west side, North San Jose, and the west, did I say west side twice? I like the west side, I guess. But it had those specific areas. And so I wonder, is that going to continue to be in those areas? Are we changing it up a bit? Because the original idea was, because those areas are allowed to grow, those are growth areas, that we needed a little bit more of that support there. I don't know, moving forward, obviously retail, we don't know what that's going to look like. We already knew that it had already changed, right? I mean, people just shop differently. Obviously, they're going to continue to shop differently as we move forward. And we know that retailers were doing more leisure kind of attractions. So at this point, I know that's really early on, but I wonder, nothing has changed in terms of that retail strategy so far?
Yeah, and I know that our economic development, Kim and the staff, they've kind of gone off the meeting. So we'll loop back. I do want to be able to answer your question and paint a clear picture of what we are going to be able to do and what we're not going to be able to do. So we'll have to loop back on that.
Great. And you know, one of the reasons I bring this up is because I know for Eastridge Mall, they kind of they changed their the way that they offer retail, right? They have a lot of really small businesses inside the mall, and the majority of like the flagship kind of businesses were more leisure oriented. You know, the bowling, the gym, you know, just the kind of stuff that people may not be comfortable doing once we clearly reopen. And so for me, I worry about Eastridge quite a bit as it brings in some respectable sales tax. And also because we have the light rail to Eastridge, hopefully, you know, sometime next year, actually breaking ground. I know they're moving so far in the right direction to redeploy the utilities in preparation for the actual work. But there's so many questions, and I wonder for some of these retailers that are not in those areas, you know, what is our strategy going to be? What is the effort that economic development is going to take into account, since we're all kind of going to be in the same bucket, almost, right? There's still some more desirable places. But I know that for Eastridge, we really, they already moved into an area that it's going to be really difficult to allow businesses to function the way that they were doing before, such as bowling or movie theaters or a gym. So that's what's in the back of my mind, and then we can take this conversation offline. I know that Kim is no longer on board with this. I mean, on board on Zoom. Excuse me. So those were my questions, and lastly, I was just going to say, and hopefully our chief is still online. I just wanted to thank you once again for your commitment to our sexual assault effort. I know that there's a lot of cuts that are happening, and I'm really grateful, and our community is grateful that this continues to be a unit that that gets support. Although I know that there's a lot of losses everywhere, I think this is a really important unit that that you were building, Chief, and I'm glad to see that it's moving forward despite the cuts.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Member.
Of course. So those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. With regards to the public safety budget, I have a couple questions for both of the chiefs. First, Chief Sapien, regarding actually piggybacking on Councilmember Davis's questions regarding Fire Station 37. That happens to be the one closest to me, and the South Willow Glen area, which is underserved and has higher response times in this general area. So I'm a little concerned. I just want to echo her concern about staffing, that if we build it, we need to make sure that we have the staffing, and it sounds like that will happen. Is that right? Tell me when this station is set to be open.
Thank you, Councilmember Robert Sapien, Fire Chief again. January of 2022 is the target currently for opening, depending on project progress, but we're still on time as far as planning goes. In terms of the staffing question, again, I'll just reiterate, as you reminded us, that particular geographic area has been identified in more than one study as an area that needs reinforcement in terms of resources. And so whether funding is available immediately in January of 2022 or not, we still have that problem to deal with. And if we have the infrastructure by way of a fire station in place, that does give us an opportunity to, in a worst case, evaluate our current deployment to see if we couldn't move resources into the station. Obviously, we're thin throughout our response network, and so the ideal would be to not short another part of the city to add to this geographic area, but hard choices may have to be made.
I appreciate that, and not to imply to my fellow council members that they don't have high needs for fire stations in their areas that have potentially a lot more activity. So it's not to diminish the fire activity or police fire activity around the city at all. Just the Fire Station 37 has been slated to be built for many, many years, and now it looks like it's coming. And we need to just make sure that we don't build a building that isn't able to be operated. So that's it for fire. Thank you very much.
Can I just jump in really, really fast on that? Just because I know I wanted to follow up on that SAFER question, which we have the information back. So for that SAFER program, what we had the plan and can still be the plan the following year would be, so the city match for the first year would be about $485,000. In the second year would be about $750,000. And then that third year would be about $2 million. And then after that, we take on the full burden. So it's definitely a stepwise where the city has to lean into those new staffing as part of the SAFER program.
Right. So in budget fiscal year 22-23, is that right?
It would be in 21-22.
21-22.
Where we would start.
Yeah, that's where the first chunk would be started because of when the station would be operating.
Right. The station will be operational in theory for half of that year.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Chief Garcia, I have a couple questions for you. You had mentioned that you were concerned when Councilmember Davis asked you to paraphrase what keeps you up at night. You said that it was the impact on the dark department. Can you expand on that a little bit? The realistic expectations of what that would mean for the person calling in a 911 call. Can you tell me what that means? Just expand on it a little bit for me.
You know what, council member, it's not so much the 911 calls. I mean, we've always done the big things extremely well because of the quality of the men and women that we have. We've been fighting expectations ever since, 2009, 2010, since, we nearly had 1,400 officers back then to where we're at now. So we've been fighting expectations ever since then. I think the officers have done a tremendous job. I've been here before. It's not going to be my first rodeo as we start rebuilding again. And I know how it occurred back then, where there's a lot of pressure put on the rank and file to do a lot of work. We talk about we can't do more with less, but unfortunately we're asked to do more with less. And that's the reality of it. And so, dealing with those expectations and knowing that when my men and women will answer the call, but it comes at a price. And so that does concern me. That's always concerned me. It's always been an issue. And again, this is why this hurts a little bit what we're going through, because we were on such a good roll, with recruiting and retention and other things. And so, those are the type of things that I mean when I talk about, as a chief, that keeps me up.
And Chief, it keeps me up at night too, because that's the number one issue that affects our community. When we polled in District 9 our community members on their number one priority for the budget, and public safety was without a doubt the number one polling item. I think it received 30% of our poll. And next to that was the roads, making sure that we had potholes filled and safe streets. But so it's public safety is huge in the city of San Jose and how we protect our citizens. So I'm concerned about eliminating the Hire Ahead program, but I understand the cost savings associated with that. Unfortunately, that's the reality. Do you see that? Well, first of all, what is the current number of sworn officers that we have? And with the retirees that you see potentially, where does that put us in the next budget cycle?
You know what? What we're at right now, we're at about 1041 or 1141, I believe, in the 1140s approximately from the 1151. Now, obviously, those are, you know, that includes kids that are in the academy and in the FTO program, et cetera, and things of that nature. Again, like as I mentioned before, I think towards the end of next fiscal year, our projections show that we're going to have about 70 retirements between now and the end of next fiscal year. And so, you know, what we've looked at is that our street ready sworn, those are officers that are out of the academy and they're trained, will rise to about 1068 or so at about October of this year. And then at that point, it'll stop and we will not grow anymore from there. We'll never be able to catch up because, as I mentioned earlier, we will not be able to hire until individuals retire. And so as individuals leave, it takes a year to hire and train an individual to take their part. And so once we get to that 1068, we probably won't rise too much above that for the time being, based on the fact that we can't hire until people retire.
Thank you. Do you see that with these new numbers, any impact on the traffic enforcement unit?
Unfortunately, and I don't, you know, we're not an impact on it because it's just not going to be able to grow. It'll stay status quo. And I say status quo and hope that we don't reduce staffing from any more than we're at now. And if that happens, then obviously we're going to need to make cuts. Our number one priority is to answer the 911 calls for service. The number one priority of this police department is BFO, the Bureau of Field Operations, and the patrol officers that answer the call for service. That's number one. If those numbers start dropping, then we will need to look throughout the department to bring officers in to bolster the Bureau of Field Operations. And so at this point, the way our projections show, it doesn't look like that traffic enforcement will take a hit at this point, but it certainly is not going to grow.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. Jim, I have a question for you regarding the public's request staffing budget. I read a number of 725,000. What is that? Can you give me some background on the detail of what that is?
Sorry, can you say that question one more time, Councilmember?
And I wish I could remember where I saw this in all the documents that you sent to me. Public's records request staffing, 725,000.
Right. So those are folks in the police department that are working on public records requests that we get from the public for various police cases. And so there's quite a bit of effort there that the police department has to undertake. And so we had added in last year's budget a couple positions on an ongoing basis for that, some civilian positions and some on a one-time basis. We are continuing that same number on a one-time basis. I believe it's another 5 or so positions to try to get at that backlog and then to assess what that ongoing amount is going to be needed over time. Certainly, we're seeing a much higher level of response given some of the new legislation, but I think the police department is still getting their hands around as they work through the backlog, what that need is going to be over a longer term.
Okay, so I think you answered my question. How does this compare to previous years then? Is this similar? This is an increase from previous years to deal with new legislation that requires different disclosures or more disclosure?
This is the equivalent of, this is the equivalent of the same funding as last year. But last year we had to really step it up. I think we have 5 positions plus another 2. I think it was closer to $1 million-ish in change. So I'll go check that before the day's out to see what we added in 1920. But certainly we had to have some significant investments in 1920 that we are continuing in 2021.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So actually, regarding the questions you had brought, began thinking about other opportunities, specifically to be able to address enforcement of, say, burglary or vandalism to some of our shuttered businesses that we've seen. And for instance, looking at this budget, one of the eliminations is the downtown walking beat officers. And so, and then have them focus on preventing and responding to crime surrounding shuttered businesses.
That's something that I guess we could look into, council member, with regards to response to shuttered businesses as it relates to COVID-19.
And Jim, what would your, or Dave, or I guess Lee maybe, right? It was Lee is the expert right now. What is your thinking on the ability to use CARES Act dollars for something like that?
Lee, are you jumping on? I mean, I think, I think
Yeah.
certainly.
Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
I think, I think, we should not be afraid to explore kind of the opportunities that, where we're meaningfully responding to the crisis, through activities that you're suggesting. So I think that's fair game. I think, and we're not afraid to looking at those things. Obviously, we want to be also practical about our ability to perform the functions, but I don't know if you have anything to add on that, Lee.
Yeah, no, I think there's a host of ideas like that we would like to explore, that we should explore. Dave used the word creative. I think, it can kind of like all of you feel with some of the questions about it. I think from an the administration standpoint, we'd like to be creative with these funds as well. However, the worst thing that we could do to you as a council is worse than the budgetary situation next year. As Jim alluded to earlier, there's a budget situation in there, I mean, that we need to deal with next year. And if we owe the Treasury Department, say $30 or $40 million because we spent it in a way that's not conducive, we would not want to put you in that position. So I think that's where we're going to go through and look at some of these things. But again, we do want to be creative, but also not put ourselves in a situation where there is a clawback, and that's how most cities are approaching this.
Can I just add real quick from PD is that one thing that I just think we need to keep in mind as well, especially as we talk about equity and things of that nature, is the fact that the businesses and commercial businesses that are being impacted by the shutdown, whether they be victims of vandalism or burglaries, is a citywide issue. It's not just a downtown issue. And so as we look at ways to impact that, we would have to think of outside the box of a citywide approach as opposed to a pinpoint approach in one particular area in the city. We have many needs in our city that our police officers in our department have to respond to through this. So it's very difficult, and it's a sensitive spot to just pinpoint one area of the city when the entire city is suffering.
Yeah, and I would be fine with something like that too if we said, this is kind of what I was alluding to earlier, right, with the comparison to the Guardian cars would be if you had a program, even if it was through secondary employment, that officers would be there to respond to these, say burglaries or vandalism reports, or even just to be out there to try and prevent some of that from happening, specific to businesses that are shuttered. And I would be completely fine, right, with a more equitable approach that said, well, we're not going to just deploy walking officers in the downtown core. We would want to have an ability to respond citywide. I do think there is something to be said about walking officers, and that doesn't necessarily have to be downtown, but that could be in the different business districts where we know that there is a lot of shuttered businesses, and where there will be a lot of shuttered businesses for the time being. But I think what also may be needed here, because I recognize this is not something we would put in the budget. We're just using this opportunity since we're discussing it. And then when we look at things like, okay, the downtown foot patrol is being cut, right? My mind, and I know other things, right? Other council members, our minds are creatively trying to think of ways to continue to serve our community. And I've obviously undoubtedly already heard from businesses in the downtown core that are, right, they've been experiencing, even while we've had the downtown foot patrol, right, they've been experiencing different vandalism and burglary. But now even more so with the so many businesses being shuttered. And so this is just another blow to that. And if we can find a way to augment it with, even in the time being, with CARES Act dollars, that's what I think we should creatively be trying to do. And so I'm glad to hear that there is, willingness for that. I think what may be needed is a formal pathway for us as council members to present some of these solutions for CARES Act dollars that then would allow, maybe yourself, Lee, to compile them and then go forth and actually get a direct answer from the federal government that says, yes, right, these are things that we think could be funded or these are not. I mean, that's clearly what the whole Q&A portion of it is. And that's where, we're trying to get refinement. And I know that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get some more refinement on where they can be used. But I know for myself, this probably won't be the last time that I have some idea that says, oh, maybe this could be funded and augmented as a service. And so maybe there's a more formal process that the council can get involved in that. Again, because I recognize it's not something we would include in the budget, right? Especially if it's being funded by CARES Act, which we don't want into the budget, right? So, but I do think that that could be helpful, right? To have a formal outlet for that over the next several weeks. I don't believe we have had that yet.
Councilman, if I can add real quick, I'm actually sitting with Deputy Chief Tyndall, and we'll definitely have a discussion after this meeting. But I will say, as we're ratcheting back on our health order cars, as an example, cars that we put out there, we certainly can look under the same model, because we threw those cars out there citywide with an approach to be more vigilant up and in or around commercial businesses and areas that are obviously closed due to the shelter-in-place order. So those are definitely things that we can think about, and we'll definitely think outside the box on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think the other thing would be just getting a definitive answer to Lee's point. We don't want to do anything that would then jeopardize us in the budget next year. So maybe that's, that's what I'm saying is if we find some of these ideas that we're all in agreement with, including yourself, Chief, if it's around the use of officers, then how do we have that pathway? And Lee, how do we ensure that those ideas are making it to you and that you're able to get an answer so we understand, should we be going down this path or not?
I think the word definitive is the hard part. Lee, maybe why don't you explain how it is we're able to get information, particularly how willing federal officials are to actually say whether or not something is allowable or not in advance.
Yeah, so to put it delicately, it's been a challenge. I would also say, working with a lot of the large cities, how we're asking the questions and how they're seeking clarification is somewhat political. They don't want to bring up issues that all of a sudden get slapped down as well. I will say I do understand your point of the ideas, and I would just request, why don't you give Jim Shannon and I a little bit of time to think through that. Again, I do think it's important, kind of as we said on Tuesday, specifically with, the CARES Act is actually a lot of different things. It's 6 or 7 different, actually not even 6 or 7. It's over a dozen different funding pots. And what we're really talking about here is the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and how we fund our response and time that it goes into that. Jim and I have thought pretty clearly how that gets. Understanding what that looks like first is really important before having the conversation of what it might be used for to save or possibly kind of reduce the impact of some of the cuts that we're thinking through. So I would just, your point's well taken, Councilmember Perales, and I'll follow up with Jim Shannon. Him and I will spend some time on this and loop back with you guys.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. I think, you're hearing a lot of this almost every week now as we're meeting. There's, we're kind of going back to the opportunities that may exist. And I think a more formal process could help all of us to direct our thoughts there. And I will say that my mindset is shifting to not necessarily trying to backfill or augment anything. It really is, how do we, best serve our community during the duration of this pandemic? And certainly, right, the vandalism that we've seen, the burglaries that we've seen in some of these shuttered businesses, or the blatant crime that it's brought up in and around these areas that once were active and now are not. To me, that's not just augmenting a past service. This is directly related to the pandemic. And when I see things like, well, our walking beat in downtown is going to go away, that's only going to exacerbate those problems. And so in my mind, it would be great to have a program like the chief just described, and even if it was a citywide opportunity, I think there's no skin off anybody's back if it's a secondary employment opportunity, because we don't have to fill it until we have even as difficult as it may be, Mayor, until we have a more definitive understanding, right? We don't have to fill those positions until we maybe have clarity, and then we go, okay, boom, great. We can open up this opportunity for officers to sign up for these cars. And again, it doesn't have to be just for this, burglary or vandalism prevention. It could be, to the mayor's point, is it specifically around proactivity on DV? Right? Is there other things that we know that the pandemic may be increasing criminal activity in? And so I think having that outlet for us to dump some of these ideas, and then maybe give you some better guidance on what we want to ask, our lobbying efforts to be focused on, then could help to narrow it, and maybe keep us focused too on the discussions we should be having, like right now, about the budget, and maybe not necessarily what I'm having around the CARES Act or the Coronavirus Relief Fund.
I appreciate, this is a really important conversation, given what we're all grappling with here. I just wanted to offer, first, I appreciate the creativity, as Councilmember Peralez has suggested, and I think there's no question that we have staff who can be very creative as well. I have less confidence in the creativity of federal regulators, particularly based on some of the preliminary we've received from FEMA on reimbursement decisions. And so I guess, I'm certainly open to however staff might think is an appropriate way to create a mechanism to be able to respond to these kinds of ideas. But I think it is important for us to sort of lift the veil on the decision-making process here. And Lee, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's not very often we get a direct, definitive response from somebody at Treasury or at FEMA saying, thou shalt not, or you can. It's typically a conversation we're having with consultants who are more or less giving us educated estimates. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's very accurate.
Okay, because I know these are questions. I was on a call last week with mayors of the largest cities in the country, who were talking about this very issue. What in the world can we use CARES Act money for? And I can tell you, whether you're a council member in San Jose or the mayor of New York City or LA, you are equally befuddled as to what exactly the federal government is going to do and how they're going to interpret in this gray area. And so everyone is trying to be very cautious, given what Lee has said, which is we could end up doubling the size of our hole next year, knowing that will already be a deficit. And so I know we're all trying to be sensitive about that. I think one other piece of information that may be helpful, and I know it's not by any stretch complete yet, but we have some amount of information based on what you presented Tuesday, Lee, which is, what are we going to use the CARES Act money for, before we even think about whether or not there's actually room to go spend on something else. But the things we know we're going to be spending money on, and particularly around food, I think that's our biggest expenditure right now. And all the EOC expenditures that are being used on city staff, of course, that is ultimately going to help relieve some burden, because we know that city staff that we'd otherwise be paying for out of the general fund, but they're doing emergency operations, as well as, homeless and other kinds of work that we're doing specifically related to COVID without any attenuated kind of connection. It would be helpful to the extent that staff is able to get more granular data on that. I mean, what we saw on Tuesday were numbers that exceeded $300 million. Is that right, Lee?
It's actually, just shy of $300 million, 291 for the end of the year.
So I think before we spin a lot of wheels thinking about what spare CARES Act money there might be, probably be good to know, and for everybody on the council to be aware just how you're thinking about what we already know we're spending on those kinds of things like emergency food, and continue to sort of open up that, or lift the veil on sort of all the thinking that the staff is doing there, because that may save us a lot of time and energy sort of spinning our wheels, figuring out what else we can go spend CARES Act money for that we really don't have. I don't know if you want to respond, Lee or Dave or?
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. You know, and I think that was, in essence, the point of Lee's presentation on Tuesday. But you know, I do think there's going to be this continued conversation with the council on kind of where the money's going and how we can spend it. And as I said, yeah, it seems to me we've kind of got the money spent twice or more. So I think those are fair points.
Okay. Councilman Reyes, you have your hand up. I'm not sure if it's from before, or if that's a new hand.
It's from before, old hand.
Okay. Are there any other questions on this subject area?
Mayor, could I offer an answer for a question that Councilmember Foley asked just a moment ago regarding
Oh, yeah,
the
please
PRA
do.
for police staffing?
Yeah.
So in 1920 budget, we had $657,000 for 5 staffing to help with PRA requests. 2 were ongoing and 3 were one time. As the year progressed, we added another 2 temporary staffing to help with that load for a total of 7. And so that same 7 is what we're recommending to come forward again in 2021. So the same 2 are on an ongoing basis and 5 on a one-time basis.
Thanks, Jim. Councilman Foley, did you have any follow-up on that?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, then we'll move on to the next section. Jim, where are we going to next?
It's transportation and aviation, Mayor.
Great, thanks, Dave.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is all questions related to streets, airport, well, I guess transportation and aviation, as Dave said. All right. Do my colleagues have any questions? Councilman Camus. I think you're still on mute, Councilmember.
Oh, sorry, Mayor.
No problem.
Yeah, I did have a question. It looks like we were decreasing the streetlight maintenance budget significantly. Is it because all the streetlights are going to be new, or I'm puzzled.
Yeah, good afternoon, Council Member John Russo, Director of Transportation. What the idea behind this is, as we're going to be using the Measure T funds and the contract with PG&E to complete the whole change out of our streetlights, completing the LED change out, what the thinking is that since those fixtures take much less maintenance, the bulbs don't burn out as much. We're going to get 5 to 10 years. The idea is that we were able to reduce the amount of forecasted maintenance on that kind of system. So once we get it all changed out, and that's going to happen within this next year, we believe that we'll be able to reduce that level of maintenance, and that was what was behind that reduction.
Okay. Do the street lights and the quality of the work have a certain warranty period? Is it something like, let's say PG&E puts up a street light and 4 months later we're having trouble with it somehow? Is it still under warranty, or is there
That's
such
a good
thing?
question. I think I'll have to go back and check to see when we had the contract with PG&E to actually install. I'm not sure if the warranty would be with PG&E or the fixture maker itself. That's probably more likely, but that we want to have to check back to see what kind of warranty we have on the length of time those new LED fixtures are good.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in finding out the answer to that question.
Okay.
Thank you. That's the end of my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Thank you. So my question is in regards to the vehicle abatement. I'm looking at the Roman numeral 7, page 3, or Roman numeral 7, 317, and this is on contract vehicle abatement. And my main question is, have we started back with vehicle abatement? My understanding, right, that was one of the non-essential services that we were not doing right now. Is that correct?
That's correct. John Risto again. We did suspend all vehicle abatement as well as the other parking control compliance efforts throughout when the March 17 shutdown occurred. We are right now evaluating when we can actually start up both vehicle abatement and other parking compliance activities in terms of issuing citations or towing vehicles. Right now, there's some issue with whether or not if someone would get a citation or a tow, whether they could actually recover their vehicle due to DMV offices being closed and our own auto desk where someone would have to get the release from police department in order to pick their vehicle up. So when we figure those kind of things out and are assured that all those resources are there, then we're going to be ready to actually reinstate that vehicle abatement and other citations.
And we don't have an idea when, like an estimate when that might be?
We understand that DMV offices are starting to open back up again now, and then it's just a matter of when we can coordinate with the police department, get the auto desk open, and then we can start to redeploy vehicle abatement. Right now, we have actually redeployed some of our parking compliance officers into other tasks that they're doing, whether it be assisting with food distribution or actually helping to health screen at some of our facilities. So it's a matter of turning that off and turning them back on and that. And it's just, we're ready to do that as soon as we get a green light to do so.
Okay, I'll just ask if you can, ping my office or me when you have a better idea on the timeline. We're getting asked by community members and just want to have an idea on that. Can you better describe then the funding here for this this item 2 contract vehicle abatement? It looks like it's adding 1 parking and traffic control supervisor position, and then one-time non-personnel equipment funding of $565,000. It seems rather high to me. You can describe what all that.
Sure. The main cost there is actually that we have contracted services for the main portion of that. We actually contract out for the first visit of all the notices that were received on vehicle abatement. And the additional city staff position is to manage that contractor.
So I'm just looking at the dollar amount, $711,000. Is that so? What else is in that besides the 1 supervisor? Is that
it's the contract that we use? It's the $565,000 is actually for the contractor that we use for that service, and
okay,
then
so that covers the 8
supervisor that's city staff.
Okay, so that covers those 8 contracted staff that are
correct.
All right, I just looking at it initially, it looked rather high because I thought it was just for this addition but it sounds like it's for the whole program.
Yeah, we've been doing this contract year by year. So it's a rebudget and it's re-upping that contract to continue it again another year.
Okay. The Vision Zero work that we're engaging in right now. I see that the staffing there looks like that's covered, and then there's also the quick builds, which trying to go to that one. Get the dollar amount on that. Vision Zero quick builds. It's $353,987. Can you remind me? Is that what we were estimating ahead of time? What's the shift in that right there?
The shift is the creation of a couple of positions that we were doing to add positions into the Quick Build Vision Zero program.
I'm sorry. What was there more funding?
There is. This is not the entire amount of funding. This was moved from. Let me see where that came from. I think it was the.
I think, John, that's building and structure construction. Building and structure dollars. Yeah, I think so. So I think the dollar amount's budgeted in the traffic capital program. So yeah, but the positions are budgeted here in the operating budget.
Okay.
Yep.
And then based on the mayor's budget message, I believe there was a request there as well. I'm trying to find that now. I know there was a response on that. I think there was some. I don't know if
Yeah,
there was
we moved the last year's mayor's budget request into the Quick Build Vision Zero program. I think we did that at mid-year, I believe, Jim. Did we do it then?
I think so. I think the original
Yeah.
plan, part of the March message was, there was in the June budget of last year, there was $300,000 that was in the June budget message that was for some traffic calming projects that should be used within equity screen. And then, we, as part of part of the direction, the March message was, hey, come back with an MBA, come back and document how that funding should be used or will be used to support those purposes, even though we're going to take that money and transfer over to the traffic capital program. So that was the plan. Then the plan got modified again, unfortunately, because of the actions that we took to reduce our 1920 budget. That $300,000 went away, but we committed to funding those types of projects in the traffic capital program. So we still have to come back to you to have that description of how that funding is used specifically.
Okay, yeah, I found the page. It's a lot of scrolling.
Did I get it right?
Back on page 37.
Yeah.
Back up at the top there. But yeah, I'm just looking at what you were describing, and it does denote there. It says the administration will communicate to council verbally or through an information memo to identify the funded projects utilizing a data-driven approach. And so, is that something? I mean, obviously, we're starting up the Vision Zero task force, and so is that something that we can discuss through there, and because especially if you're just going to be coming back with an info memo on that.
Yeah, I think our idea was that we were going to work through the task force, and you're correct. The startup of the task force, we're trying to get that going this summer, and then also bring it on our biannual review at T&E committee, which we bring the Vision Zero program, I believe now 2 times a year, the updates on that. So we were going to bring it through those 2 committees.
Okay.
We're developing those projects right now. So what the idea is, where they would be, what their scope is.
Okay, and I know the mayor's message did say, talk about the 300,000 previously allocated, and so and I know in the response here, it doesn't necessarily say the exact dollar amount. It just says, however, funding for traffic calming, traffic mitigation, and safety enhancing improvement projects in targeted neighborhoods and or major roadblocks is included in the 2020-21 proposed capital budget. Are we talking a different number here then? So is the dollar
Yeah,
amount?
that's what that'll be showing up in the capital program. We can talk a little bit about that tomorrow if you want to. But yes, it's a different number, a higher number. We've been able to remember, if you recall, it was a 5-year program that we were looking for funding for each year. I think we found it for the first 2. We're still looking how we are going to fund it for the remaining 3. But we have funding, and I believe it was in the neighborhood of about $4 to $5 million per year over to try to reach a 5-year, $20 million quick build Vision Zero. And we were on track for the first 2.
Okay.
And I do have an answer for Councilmember Camus on the LED fixtures. I just got note that they're warranted for 10 years.
Happy news.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Peralta, did you have anything more?
No, that was it. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, great. I assume John Aiken is on right now. Is that right?
Yes, he should be.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, John. Hey, John, the question came up yesterday during our budget session, which I think we had more than 100 folks there, which was great. About the airport, the bonds we've got to pay, and I know we got more than $60 million in CARES Act funding, I believe. I didn't actually see that reflected in the budget reconciliation. I assume that's just something that will come in after. But could you just help me understand, if we were to assume for a moment that airport traffic, when it resumes, let's say January 1st, is at 50% of the level that it was 3 months ago. Can you paint for me just a picture of what it looks like for us to finance the $1 billion or so, the remaining bonds in that $1 billion project we had from a decade ago, in terms of our run rate with the reserves that we have, the CARES Act funding we'd be using, et cetera? How many years do we have essentially of running room?
So in our budget for fiscal year 21, we actually assumed that traffic would still be 50% down at the end of the year. So even a little worse than 50% at January.
Yeah.
And with that assumption, we end up being able to pay our bonds this year for FY21 without actually touching our days cash on hand, which is actually another in the neighborhood of 600 days. So I feel very comfortable with the CARES Fund, which is the reason it's not called out as the CARES Fund is a reimbursable. So the revenue doesn't get recognized right until I spend it and then send the government a receipt.
Yeah.
And then they reimburse me. But we're able to pay our bonds this year, next year, and actually still have cash reserves left for the following year. We're actually also anticipating only using 2/3 of the CARES money this year in our budget, saving another third of it. So we'd use 40 million this year, saving 25.6 million for FY22. So kind of not spending all that CARES money on day one, right? Kind of trying to be responsible and splitting it 2/3 for FY21, 1/3 for FY22. That allows us to continue to make those bond payments without touching our days cash on hand. I want to keep the days cash on hand as our cushion for things continue to be poor or things didn't recover like you and I just suspected. But again, remember the airlines are ultimately responsible for the bond. So, we have the extraordinary coverage clause in the lease. So we would adjust rates, to make sure that we're able to pay the bonds.
Yeah, I appreciate that, John. And look, I know you guys are doing an amazing job keeping the wheels on over there, given this challenging time. But I just want to probe a bit deeper because, I know the airlines are on the hook. I'm guessing the number of solvent airlines that'll be around to pay the bill a year from now are probably going to be a whole lot fewer than are around today. And I'm guessing there will be, at best consolidations, but probably a lot of bankruptcies in that industry. And so I'm a little concerned about sort of what the out is if what we have is a smaller and smaller number of airlines having to bear the cost for a larger and larger amount of financing, not just at our airport, but dozens of airports around the country, and what that might look like. And do you have any sense of what happens under those contracts if we've got some bankruptcies of the signatory airlines?
Yeah, in that situation, you're correct that the remaining airlines that are still solvent, become the guarantors of our bonds. But again, the way we've laid it out, I feel comfortable that I have 2+ years of being able to pay my bonds between the CARES fund that I'm spreading and the days cash on hand. So I feel comfortable, and the industry right now is predicting being back to 2019 levels in 23 or 24. So just around that time. So, 2 years of days cash on hand, $40 million worth of CARES money this year, 25, little over 26 million next year, really can get me to 23 and 24 with no concern of paying the bonds. And remember, days cash on hand is illustrative of of no income, right, and paying your bills. So there's, that 600 plus days cash on hand would be able to last longer with partial revenue streams.
Right, right. Yeah, I
And we
appreciate
also
that.
remember we refunded, remember a couple years ago, Mayor, and in 2023 our bond payments dropped $12 million. We
Yeah.
had done that in anticipation of the new bond coming, right, for the future building. But even without that, we still get a $12 million reduction in our bond payments in 2023. So I think all of these things will play together, that I feel very comfortable that we won't be asking the airlines for extraordinary coverage over the next several years.
That's very comforting. Just the last question on that. I know that if you go to the Treasury webpage on CARES Act and public agencies, right on the front page, it describes the 3 criteria that I read a couple hours ago. I don't think you were here when I did that, and one of them was that all the expenditures have been made by December of this year. Is there an exclusion for airports?
Yeah, the money that's coming through the FAA that's being from the CARES Act directed through the FAA is giving us 4 years to utilize the funds. So we felt that a 2-year plan was the right plan for us to kind of get us through the bad times, and that's why we've kind of internally programmed ourselves, to spend it over 2 years. But we do have permission to go 4 years.
That's helpful. Thanks, John, for all that. To our other John Risto, thanks for your commitment to keep some dollars and address some of the aesthetic needs out there on roadway with the beautify money. And I know it's becoming a real challenge for us, and we're gonna. It's helpful to know that we're still keeping some dollars there, and people are out there hustling to keep our medians looking good. Are there going to be any changes in geography, or are those locations fairly set?
Okay. Thanks, Mayor. John Russo, Director of Transportation again. It is the same locations that we had identified in the beautify, like 45 different locations.
Yeah.
It's a lesser amount this year, but the locations have remained the same.
Okay. I know that we've got on Roman numeral 7-321. I saw the shared micromobility permit program, and I know, of course, why you want to get this up and running, but I also know that we're seeing severe contraction in that industry right now. I know Lyft I think they've discontinued their service here in San Jose. Is that right?
Which vendor? We have had some vendors pull out. That's correct.
Yeah.
Lyft actually pulled their scooters while they still have the bicycle stations.
Yeah.
We still have Lime and Bird, and I believe one other pulled out. I can't remember which one, but yes, they retracted due to shelter in place rules. We hope that it starts to come back when we loosen things up, but you are right, they did retract. I guess what we did realize over this last year, though, we had far more units permitted than we had planned in last year's budget. So we actually collected more than we had planned for. I think it's going to be quite a bit less, fewer units this year that we will be permitting. But yeah, we're going to be looking at that. We're going to finally put in place a tracking software for all of the vendors as well. So we'll know where each one of the units are now.
Yeah.
Purchase that.
Well, have all the vendors collected their scooters at this point? I know that they've taken them off.
There are some still out there. We could probably put something out to let everyone know. It would probably make some sense for us to put something out in terms of who's still operating and who's not, and what type of scooter deployment there is out there. But it has been significantly curtailed.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at this expenditure, and I know why you want to do it, and I'd like to do it too. I'm just wondering if there's going to be an industry to regulate. And I'm guessing you've got lots of other needs where you could redeploy this person if that's not the case.
Yeah, these are, we still think there's going to be a scooter industry in San Jose. I think we just need to get into more of a more normal situation with more openings for people to start to use it. The university will make a big difference. What happens with the university? We don't have a good picture of that. Is it going to open or not? That sort
Yeah,
of thing. So
I think
not
Mary
clear.
announced, and then the whole CSU system announced that they're going to be all digital in the fall. I guess we'll find out what happens in
We will
January.
find out.
Yeah.
Mayor, this is Jim. Just to clarify too, so this funding is anticipated to be offset by the fee revenue from the program, if that wasn't clear. So
Right.
Oh,
I
I
think,
see.
I think we will be, working closely with DOT to make sure the revenue is still coming in,
Okay.
And
to keep an eye on this
It's
program.
based on a unit fee. So each
Okay.
unit that's out there.
Oh, great. So we're not spending any money without a need. That's great. And then the pavement markings team it looks like it's being moved off the general fund.
Yeah,
And then-
so if you recall, a couple of years ago, we were running into an issue with our pavement program whereby there was only one contractor that was really doing striping. And it was reflected in the bids. The bids were high and we were having issues with just performance with one contractor, one striping contractor trying to keep up with all the regular pavement. So what we did back then was actually move some of the work from contractor to one of our in-house crews to do that. So what we have now is that was general funded work that we would normally do on just routine everyday striping. Now that we're actually supporting the larger pavement program, we're just using the pavement capital funds to pay for the same striping. So we're able to relieve the general fund of that amount.
Okay. So employee count remains the same and all that, we're just
Yep.
shifting dollars.
Different color of money.
Yeah.
We've got pretty solid funding in the pavement and we're using that instead of the general fund for that.
Okay, great. And then the final question I had, and by the way, great to see that we're still the Vision Zero Quick Bill program is still moving forward.
Yes.
Excited to see that. On the Diridon to Airport connector, I know your team did an excellent job, Ramses and everybody on that RFP or RFI, I guess. And we got a bunch of folks bidding and competing. And I'm just wondering if anything we're doing in this budget is likely to impair our ability to sort of set that up for success when regional dollars are available.
I don't think this budget is going to have any impact one way or the other on that. We are at a point that we want to move forward with releasing the results of that RFI, and there are some promising proposals that we'd like to investigate further. This was on those companies though, so they've got to move forward on it. We still need to support it. Both the airport and us and VTA are actually all on the work that's going on with this. So we're at a point that once we get back to work, we'll be able to release the results of that RFI and then see where it goes from there.
Well, as we're debating over VTA budget, it'd be helpful to know, is there some expectation that we need, for example, 2000 Measure A funding to support whatever, preliminary engineering or conceptual design or anything else that needs to be done there?
Yeah, I think, this project, the airport connection, is still on that list of projects. It may be the only one that is not completed or at least underway in some fashion. So it would be our view that the 2000 Measure A sales tax that VTA has still should support some level or some portion of whatever work we're trying to do to advance that. That is definitely something we'll have to talk more about with VTA, but it is still on that sales tax list as a project.
Okay, well, I just encourage you, John, you and Jessica, you've got 5 VTA board members here. If we're going to try to make a push to get some kind of commitment, I think it'll take all of us pushing together. Because my sense as I look through, the typical Measure A updates is they view that as a $2 million expenditure they made and they more or less closed the project.
Yeah, I saw that too, Mayor, right.
So I think it's really important if we, that we probably all need to get up to speed. That is all 5 board members and then, push through this next budget cycle.
Yeah, we will do that. We'll follow.
Okay, great. Thanks. Any other questions then on aviation and transportation? Great. Okay.
So next up, Mayor, is Environment and Utility Services.
Great. Okay. Questions on environment utility services? And let everybody have a chance to get reoriented in their binders.
Flash up there real fast what the sections are.
Yep, thank you. Sounds like clean energy, all environmental services, garbage, all the above, recycling. Councilmember Davis.
I just have a clarifying question. On the regional wastewater facility, I'm looking at what I'm looking at here, sorry. I think it was the city manager's kind of opening 18 pages, just looking at the bullet points for environment and utilities. And it's got regional wastewater facility radio systems upgrade, the cogen, maintenance, and biosolids management. And I just don't see, are these in the general fund or are these coming out of special funds?
These are coming out of the special funds there. I think NAP is on board there. And for reference, you can find those on Roman numeral 7-101.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know where to look for those. Yeah, that was my only question, because I think for the most part, environment and utility services aren't going to be coming out of the general fund. Am I right?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. Just want to make that clarification.
Any other questions? No. Okay. I just had a couple. Carrie, if you're on, really appreciate all the negotiation and cajoling and arm wrestling with our partners in the division of garbage recycling. And we know that an awful lot of residents had concerns when they got their notices, the 15% potential increase. And I'm hoping, if you're able to say, and I'm not sure you are, because I know
Can you be quiet?
I know you're still in discussions with those haulers, but do we have any sense of what that number may be moving down to at this point, or would you rather not say?
Hello, Mayor. Nap Pakuda, Assistant Director, Environmental Services. I'm not sure if Carrie is on yet.
Okay.
I think we have spoken to them, and I guess to your latter point, I think we'd rather not say we don't have a commitment from them yet, but they were receptive to the initial conversations, so we're still talking with them.
Okay, great.
Mayor, and I know that we had committed in the city manager's message to come back with the MBA later in the process to say where we ended up with that.
Okay, thank you. And the only other question I had really was for Lori. I know we've been fighting a number of battles, and I've left my eye has come off the ball on the most recent battle, I believe, over the PCIA charge, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm just wondering if you have any update for us about what you're likely to see from the PUC and how that's going to affect our ability to keep rates, below PG&E's.
Sure. No, I'm happy to answer that. So there's an informational memo that we're working on that should go to council probably next week on PG&E did increase the PCIA, and so we followed with a rate decrease to protect our customers on May 1st. So just as normal, we'll issue that information memo. And then in that same memo that will be issued next week, it does provide a forecast of an additional increase that may come to be later on in the year or in early 2021. So under the CPUC rules, PG&E can increase the PCA by $5 per megawatt hour. So before May, it was about $27 a megawatt hour. On May 1st, it went to 33. It could go up another $5 in the fall of this year and into 2021. And what worries us more is that they have also filed to potentially go beyond that $5 cap, which is where we could see a lot of volatility. So we are engaging with the commission, and then Cholera was also very helpful in his transparency bill. Unfortunately, that bill was tabled for this legislative session because they're focusing on COVID. But we are working with the legislature to continue to push the issue at the PUC and get more transparency around those costs.
Okay, thank you. And we've taken a public support position with Ash Culver's bill, is that right?
We have, right? We're sponsoring that bill along with Cal CCA.
Okay, well, I know that soon the PUC is going to consider the approval of the emergence of PG&E out of bankruptcy, and they're going to be a company with $18 billion more in debt than they had when they went into bankruptcy. And I suspect they're going to do everything they can to continue to hike up the PCIA and make it worse for all of us and our ratepayers. So appreciate your vigilance there, and we'll just keep pressing the issue. Please let us know how we can collectively be helpful as advocates in Sacramento or elsewhere.
Sure.
Thanks. Councilmember Rennes?
Yes, thank you. So my piece is about the Muni water. I know that a lot of our Evergreen residents reached out and voiced their concerns about the proposed water increases. And I was really pleased to see that one of the key budget actions in the operating budget was that the San Jose municipal water system rates would not increase in this next year. And I know that Mayor, yourself, and Councilmember Jib, and yours truly, we all submitted a letter to Valley Water's Board of Directors about 2 weeks ago, asking for a suspension of that wholesale water rate increase. So my question is, what percentage of that Muni Water's operating expenses go towards purchasing this wholesale water from suppliers such as Valley Water? And how were we able to get the 10% proposed rate increase reduced to 0? I guess, and I want to know, because our folks really, there's a lot of folks who are just on a fixed income. And so I want to understand the difference between the monthly meter charges and the quantity charge. And does the rate increase, I guess, impact both of those?
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll start, and then Jeff Provenzano, if you can jump in and add some context specifically around the meter charges and how the rates divide up. From a Muni Water standpoint, Valley Water wholesale water rates, because we do get some from San Francisco as well, are in about the 60 to 70% range of our total bill. So when through your leadership and the mayor and other council members, when Valley Water took the step to bring the wholesale rate to 0, we really went back and said, boy, we really need to do that as well. And so we sort of pushed out some projects and made some other one-time and ongoing reductions so that we could deliver that 0% rate increase. We'd already been looking at tightening our belt quite a bit as soon as the pandemic started. We knew that we needed to do our part. So we were very happy that Valley Water was also able to do that, because it is a big impact. And we are working with customers now to see where they might be able to save water, which does sort of go right to the bottom line. Jeff, could you add in information on the meter rates?
Absolutely. Thank you. Jeff Provenzano, Deputy Director for Municipal Water System. A couple of years ago, you may remember we did a rate model, and in that rate model breaks out different cost recovery components. And based on that rate model, meter fees pay for a variety of fixed costs. And it could be staff costs, routine maintenance costs, some chemical costs, some overhead costs. The quantity charge is most commonly referred to as a fee just to buy the water from the wholesaler. And that's not entirely accurate. What that quantity charge pays for is any variable cost. So a cost for electricity, there's a piece of electricity cost in the meter fee, but the majority is located in the quantity charge, right? So people, as they use more water, are usually using during the peak hours of cost. And so that electricity cost is then applied to the quantity of water that's being used during those peak hours. So it's hard to say that one cost is attributed to a meter fee or a quantity charge. But in general, anything that's a variable cost that changes with how we use water or move water is attributed to the variable cost.
Okay, so anything that is a variable. Okay, awesome. Thank you for breaking that down. Jeff, it's great to see you. Also, Carrie. I haven't seen you guys in a while. Lori, thank you so much for keeping us all connected with the electricity and with our water. I'm going to tell you, we start getting phone calls the very minute people start hearing about any changes. So I appreciate all the support that you all provide to us. So thank you. And that was it for my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kemmis?
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question on illegal dumping. Are we going to continue with our strike team for a illegal dumping effort this next year?
Thank you, council members. So the illegal dumping team is slightly reduced next year, but the initiative continues. During the COVID time, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services have been doing a great job managing the rapid team. And as we continue that partnership, we're looking to see if kind of what we've learned over the last couple months, how we might transition that into sort of re-strategizing how that team is managed, the things they focus on. And then the staff members on that team also have some great ideas about how we can do a more efficient and even better job for the community. So, so the short answer is yes, the team continues to do their work, and I think the maybe better answer is, and we'll continue to collaborate across all city departments to make sure we're making the best use of a great group of folks that are committed to keeping the city clean.
Yeah, well, I could tell you that I have appreciated it, and I know that it's almost like an endless problem. I know that a while back, probably in Pierluigi's time, we passed a big fine for illegal dumping. I'd love to see us give people the tickets that we increase the fine to. Has any do you think that you can make an effort to hand out some of these fines? I haven't heard any fines being given out for quite some time.
Valerie Osmond, I'm going to ask you to chime in with some of the statistics on the fines that we've issued, and I'll go ahead and start. So we have issued a number of fines. We have not issued fines up to the $10,000, at least not yet. Today, the team came upon quite a large abandoned trailer on Monterey, and they are looking for evidence now to see where that trailer with no wheels came from. But so the team does look for evidence that tells us who might be the dumper, and then we work very closely with code enforcement to issue citations on that. Valerie, can you add a little bit of context to and detail to how many citations we've had?
Sorry, I think I got kicked off and had to go through rejoining. Sorry, I don't have any specific stats on fines, but we do issue citations. They start out at $2,500 for the first offense, and then go up to $5,000 and $10,000 for people who are repeat offenders. I know we have issued one for $5,000 for somebody who was caught illegally dumping twice, and it is challenging to find people who, or to identify people. We need to go off of license plate numbers or some sort of other positive identifying information. So to the extent that we can capture that on cameras, or we have residents that capture it with cell phones and are able to send that information into us, we do cite people regularly.
When you have a chance, and I could take this offline, I'd love to see the number of fines that we've actually given. A lot of people don't think that we give out fines, and that I keep telling them we raise the fines, but a lot of people don't know that we do. I think if we start saying that we're giving out the fines, and we've given 20 out in the last month, maybe some people will get the message not to dump.
Yes.
In any case, I appreciate your work, and I think that's the end of my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Oh, I do see, forgive me, I think counts, nope.
Mayor, this is
Yes.
Jim. I just want to make one clarification just for the council members' benefit. So the rapid team still is, as Carrie mentioned, in force in 2021. We did have 2 positions that were on a one-time basis in 1920 that are out there, that are not in the 2021 budget. So as she said, same program, just smaller.
And just to clarify, I know that at one point we had 2 teams, is that right? Carrie? Carrie, you're still on mute.
Shoot. Am I?
Hi, welcome back.
Sorry. I think I fixed my computer issues. Anyway, we have multiple teams depending on sort of if it needs 2 people to collect the material or 1 person. But I think what you're asking about is the rapid team and the Department of Transportation collaborate together. And sometimes we might refer to them as different teams. They have a little bit different scope. But over the last year, we've really sort of gotten into lockstep with one another. And so you'll see that handoff much more fluidly than you have in the past.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. I agree, it's really a great, really important city service. I'm glad we're keeping it. Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to the next grouping then. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. Carrie, Lori, Knapp, everyone, Valerie.
So Mayor, next we're going to get into neighborhood services.
All right. Okay, so this is John Cisterelli's just joined us. Joe Bourne, it's all things PRNS, library, and related. Okay, Councilmember Arenas and Councilmember Camps, you both have your hands raised. Is that for this item? Okay. Councilmember Arenas, your hand is raised, so I'll let you jump in first.
Sorry, Mayor.
No problem. Councilmember Arenas may not be able to hear me, or at least I can't hear her. Are you on mute by chance, Councilmember Arenas? Okay, let me just ask other colleagues, because I'm assuming she may not be able to hear me. Any of my other colleagues like to ask questions on this set of item? Again, we're in parks, neighborhood services, libraries. Have your hands raised. Is that for this item? Okay.
Mayor, I did put my hand up again. Sorry.
Okay, got it. Okay, go ahead and jump in there, Councilor Camp.
So I'm wondering about the. This is for parks. I'm wondering about that $1.5 million reduction in park watering. I'm a little concerned about that. I know that it says that they're going to do careful monitoring. I think one of the problems I see is, even when we were spending the $1.5 million, I was still getting complaints that the grass was dead here and there. And I could tell you that a lot more people are using parks, and I think there's going to be a lot more park usage because I think a lot less people will be stepping on a plane and traveling. And so I am a little concerned about any cuts in the Parks Department, especially when it pertains to maintenance of maintenance of the parks themselves. And I don't know, I'm just concerned that this is a big cut in water.
Yeah, thanks, Councilman Camus. John Cicerelli, Director, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. I think I agree. When you look at that number, on the face of it, it seems large. We had some room to maneuver in our water budget, but also over the last few years, as you probably remember, we've been installing smart controllers in our high water use parks. And these things are truly smart devices. They can even monitor the weather. They can tell us when a line breaks. We can look at the condition of the soil or the slope of the land and program these things remotely to water when we want and not water, or water less when conditions change. So by doing that, we save quite a bit of money from things like leaks. So you mentioned sometimes you still see brownouts. A lot of times that's because there's a leak there. Maybe it didn't get reported or it's not obvious. And so things start to die. So these smart controllers in all these areas, really, this truly shows the value of technology in park systems.
Thank you, John. Yeah, it's good to hear. I think all of our communities value parks, and I don't know if you noticed, but every time I go online, I put up a picture of a park in my district. This was taken yesterday of a snowy egret with actual fish. You can't see them, but there's actual fish in the background as well. We all love our parks here, and I just want to make sure that they don't dilapidate. And I appreciate the smart meter thing. Thank you.
Sure, and thanks for highlighting the lake out there. I've seen your background several times. I really appreciate it.
All right, well done. Councilmember Camus, you didn't have anything more? No. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. Just wanted to ask, well, two questions. One, the library, the 4-hour per week reduction, is that going to be across the board for each library? And what time of day will those hours be? Do you know that already, Jill?
We don't. And the goal would be that once we know that the budget has passed, that we're looking already at every location and trying, again, our highest priority is to mitigate service impacts. So looking at times that are less busy and trying to sort of possibly spread it out across the week. The other thing that we've talked about is potentially looking at pairs of libraries and seeing if one library, whether there should be a spread of the hours that's a little bit different. We want to be, again, conscious to the neighborhood needs. But we haven't worked out the details yet.
Okay. Can I just put a plug in for not making those reduced hours anytime directly after school?
That is, I've already said that to my,
okay.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that's our busiest time. And
Yeah.
So, and we advocated really strongly to stay open every day after school, because I think that consistency is important.
Thank you. I do too. It was really hard. My kids were at Willow Glen Elementary when the libraries were closed during the week some days. And it was hard to know, you just kind of lose track of those things, and not being able to just send them across the street was tough. And now having a student at Hoover, same thing. I can imagine, if they were closed any one of those days of the week, it just wreaks havoc on schedules.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that. Keeping them open after schools, really important. The other question I had was for parks. We touched on this briefly earlier about, I think, one-time reductions, about Bascom Community Center being called out with aquatics and family camp suspension. And I just wanted to ask about that. Is it just that it's not that it's in a separate bucket from the community center savings, or just that we're assuming we're going to use that area as a shelter for how long?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Davis. And by the way, I like your background too. That's the rose garden. Is that recent, by the way? Is that
Photo
the
courtesy of Terry Riley from last weekend, early last weekend.
She grows those in her garage.
Yeah, it looks great. Yeah, so Bascom is separate from the other line item that says community center savings. And this is a COVID related issue, right? It is a homeless shelter right now. We've actually expanded that use all the way into the gym.
Yes.
The multi-purpose room is now stored for food supplies to feed homeless folks. So we were just looking at that community center and saying it's really impacted, and we're going to shift those employees, and it's a 6-month worth of savings. So we're expecting, hopefully by the beginning of the new year, we'll be able to start doing programming there. So it's going to shift some things around just because of the use of that site.
Yes, thank you for elaborating on it being a 6-month, because I know that there are a number of people who are, when programs could start again, to be eager to start that up. And so I just wanted it to be clear that it was not for the entire fiscal year. I appreciate that.
Sure.
That's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Thanks, Mayor. So this goes back to the questions I had earlier on the Viva Calle and open streets activation, like Viva Parks and stuff that we had. And so I had asked the question earlier if we knew if we had any dollars that we had fundraised, and what happened to those dollars, and then how much other money we had. And I think Angel had said there was maybe around 100,000. I'm hearing now maybe it's around 144,000 from Measure B. And so curious on, how much money did we have for, say, for instance, Viva Calle? And is there any, creative approach rather than just eliminating that and then shifting it over?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And sorry you missed that earlier. I wasn't expecting to be in CED, so I turned around for a few minutes. But so to start with, yes, we've been bringing in money. Yes, we've been fundraising through sponsorships. You might have forgotten, but we were actually supposed to do a Viva Kai this weekend, this Saturday, on Sunday. And in fact, we'll be sending out in a flash report just so folks can see it. What we did do, we had our staff go out and do a virtual Viva Kai and just ride the route so people can see what the route would have been had we been able to do it this Sunday. That event, we had already had a little over $270,000. 144 of that was that Measure B money. But we had sponsorships from some big companies and smaller groups, like we do on every event. Those sponsorships, in order to keep them, we'd have to ask them, and we'd have to probably pitch an idea that they might be interested in. Otherwise, we would feel obligated to give all the sponsorships back. We were actually already in the process of doing that. The 144,000 though from Measure B is for open streets programs. So it doesn't have to exactly be Viva Calle SJ. It could be some other modification. I will say though that money actually isn't in hand yet. We've been working with DOT, and I know I can see John Risto's on here. We've been working with DOT, who's actually getting the bulk of the Measure B money, and so it's 3 years behind. So actually, we have 3 years coming worth of 144,000 a year, but all those previous years were committed to previous events. So they're sort of their IOUs sitting there waiting to be paid back to the city. But that contract isn't finished and that money isn't in hand. But let's just for a minute say it is. We are part of a larger group now that's going over the whole idea of reopening outdoors and based on the mayor and Councilmember Davis's proposal. So it's possible within that group we could look at creative ways to repurpose the 144 into some kind of open streets programming.
but we'll have to see. And like I said, we don't actually have the money in hand just yet. And John Risto, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, Councilmember John Risto, Director of Transportation. Pretty much everything John described is accurate. We receive about a little shy of $500,000 a year for non-capital programs, and the city gets, all the cities in the county receive funds. The city of San Jose gets the most. We get to decide how to use it, and we have chosen to use it to fund our walk and roll program and Viva Calle. So that's what we've just chosen to use it for. So there was some questions earlier about eligibility to use it for other types of things like open streets or al fresco. And I think we'll certainly go back and ask VTA, but those funds can be used for those kinds of things. I don't think we can be buying tables or chairs, but I think for closure of streets and opening them up for the types of things we're talking about certainly fits. And that's exactly what John was saying, is it is very much like a Viva Calle event. So those things should be eligible, but we'll verify that.
Yeah, I'd like to see if you could verify that, because I know in the mayor and Councilmember Davis's memo, they did not allude to any potential funding support, right? They said, hey, if there is right dollars or grants that can be applied for, let's do it, right? But at the moment, if somebody wanted to try to shut down a street, they'd still be subject to the city fees. And at a bare minimum, right, we've got staff time, so we could narrow some of those fees, but we have staff time. And so if there's an opportunity for redirecting at least this money, and I would absolutely hope that we look at that, and we look at some of these streets that we think we may be able to shut down, and we may even be able to pick a little longer corridors. That way we could allow bicycling, right, and other forms of transportation on it. So that way it really could mimic Viva Calle, and in fact we could even be creative in the name. I know that the mayor was that was being creative in the name there. I think there's nothing against adding Viva Calle somehow to that, right? To say it's a Viva Calle al fresco, right, or something like that, where we say we're going to shut down a number of streets. We're going to allow people to move around on them with everything besides a car. And additionally, we're going to allow all the businesses on that street to move out into the street. And what the Viva Calle grant, or excuse me, what the Measure B grant from VTA could help fund would just be the street closure itself, right? Whatever that cost is, and that's it, right? It doesn't cover the tables or other things, as we said, unless that's possible too. but I think I would love to see this. I know we've had some concern from particular business districts that as they've heard this idea, they've felt, well, I'll be left out because, maybe something like that makes sense along San Pedro or South First Street. But they go, maybe it doesn't really make sense along Santa Clara or East Santa Clara or Alum Rock. But I think it actually could make sense out there if, we say, well, actually, we'll shut down a section of those streets, especially where we know there's a lot of businesses that could benefit. And maybe we only allow the BRT lane to run down the middle, and that's it. And we really, open up the main streets themselves for bicyclists and pedestrians, and we allow the restaurants to come out into the street. And so I think that we could be pretty creative with these dollars. And the other question I'd like to see if you ask is, if we're not creative and if we just say we're not doing Viva Calle, what happens to those dollars? Do we give them back to VTA? Are we subject to losing them in future years? I'd like to know that. And that's also the other reason why I want to try to find a new purpose for them this year.
We will investigate that, but I believe that they can be used elsewhere. And these are purposely non-capital. In other words, for public education, open streets, that kind of thing. So, and again, as I said, we use it to partially fund our walk and roll program. So it's that kind of thing that they're intended for.
Great. And then John Cicerelli, you had mentioned, can you reiterate how much money was fundraised? And you said we gave it all back, correct?
Well, we were in the process of giving it all back. It's about $200,000 in sponsorships. We had 144 we were counting on from Measure B, but also the Santa Clara County usually gives us, 30, 40 grand. But then everything else is, private companies, associations like ARP or Google or Clean Energy. One of our friends in the city gives us some money. I think ultimately, a lot of our departments either give money or participate in kind and those kind of things. Obviously, with DOT, you got streets and so on. So we were in the process of getting that money back to all of them. We actually already had people on the hook for the fall event, not quite as many, but around 100,000 already we were counting on as we were building towards the September event. So all of those we would feel an obligation to give them back because we're not doing the event.
Can I ask you to pause on giving that back unless somebody is clamoring and asking for it back, and until we determine if there is a creative alternative to Viva Calle? And I'm thinking that right, some of these corporate sponsors, especially say the county, for instance, right, would be interested if we think we have a better use for this that's very similar, meets the spirit of Viva Calle, but yet also helps our businesses through this economic recovery. I think we may have, a catch there for people to want to stay invested. Even more so, we may have more people that want to invest in that, right, and be a part of it. And so if you're not getting people banging on your door, to get that money back, if there's no other reason or obligation to return it immediately, I'd like to ask that we pause on that and we try to think creatively if there's a way we can shift this Viva Calle, our traditional Viva Calle event, into something a little different for the time being. And maybe we can hold on to all those sources, and maybe we can hold on to the spirit of Viva Calle, and additionally use it right for this economic recovery. What does that sound to you?
Sure.
I think it's a reasonable thing for us to ask them. I wouldn't feel comfortable just not giving it back to them, but give them the option. Say, hey, we're looking at other options. Can you hang in there? How important is the money to you to have it back? Or can you give us some space to see if we can be creative and figure this out?
That's all I'm asking. Yeah. So, Jim?
And I think what we probably have a few details to work out between DOT and PRNS and budget office, just to make sure everything's squared away. We know where the dollars are and where they're sitting, and so we'll come back with that comprehensive look for this potential program.
And Jim, I'm if it was internal department dollars, and if they're needed back in that department, right, like DOT, I'm not necessarily saying those shouldn't go back. I'm talking about other, funders that had already participated, like the county, as John just said. John, there were other sponsors, correct? Right, like maybe private sponsors, like you said, the environmental service, somebody.
Oh yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about, Jim. So yeah,
Gotcha.
and I think it's worthwhile, at least for John, to present that there may be another opportunity, right, and at least to allow us to buy a little time to figure that out.
Okay.
And then if I can ask that you just report back to me, John, on that, or
So I think while there's enough discussion here, we'll try to put out a little MBA on it, just so everyone is aware of the conversation and what we found.
Even better. Thank you. The other question I have is in regards to potential revenues with our animal licensing. And I brought this up a number of years, and John Cicerelli may recall this, in regards to an option for pet owners to register their pets for multiple years versus, or like a lifetime registration for a larger chunk, sum of money as a one-time thing. Versus what we do now, which is an annual notice. I am guilty every single year of getting like multiple notices that say this is your last notice, and now my cost of registering my pet goes up an extra $25 or $50. And I find the original notices with a magnet attached to my fridge. It's also my wife and I like to joke that the fridge is where all of our important documents go to die. And so, but I brought this up because I know that our recovery on this, on pet registration, is so minimal. And we know there are so many people out there with pets, and they're just, right, they're either not complying, or the system itself, I think, it has such an opportunity to generate more revenue. And we're not talking a substantial amount of revenue here, but we do know there are a lot of pet owners in our city. And I think we do know, right, that there's a very low registration rate. And so, especially on renewal registration, and we know that people are not having their pets, die after 1 or 2 years. We have them, they're not re-registering, right? They're forgetting or whatever it may be. And so what is the thought on that? I see Matt Kano jumped on being able to create another opportunity on registering your pet. And my initial thought, which I presented a couple years now, is this lifetime registration. So you pay a larger dollar amount, and then you never have to register your pet again, right? And that could be an influx of money for the city in the short term, but also something that then eliminates us losing people re-registering year after year.
Thanks, Matt Cano, Director of Public Works, and our Deputy Director Jay Tirado is on the line too. If you want, you can add something I might miss here. Yeah, you did bring this up last year. We did look at it, and we put I think a BD out about this, and we did not end up moving forward with any changes. One important thing about registering animals is the rabies, and continuing to renew the animal registration ensures that they continue to renew the rabies certificates as well. There are ways around that. We could just go through a rabies renewal check for dogs, but that is one reason why a lot of jurisdictions haven't just gone straight to what you're mentioning. We could have that option. We would just have to have a way of checking the rabies certificates as well. It is something we thought about a little bit last year during the budget process. We can continue to think about that and follow back up and provide maybe some more answers as part of a BD. But that's definitely something we can look at further. And I don't know if Jay wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, I think you hit it, Matt, but I think I do agree, Councilmember Perales, that I think we do need to do more outreach, and I think that's something that we were attempting to develop this year, and that's one of the strategies that we were working on, is to increase our ability to reach out more people out there that have more animals. I think if you were to look at the pet population for population of San Jose, we definitely are not registering as much animal license as we should. And so one of the strategies that we developed was to reach out to the different council districts to educate or reach out to their community to ensure that they are aware that animals need to be licensed in the city of San Jose. That was before COVID hit, and so that's something that we're gonna look toward doing again once the shelter in place is done and over with. But yes, definitely we can look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do know rabies are good for 3 years, right, Matt or Jay?
Yes.
And so at a bare minimum, we can have a 3-year option, right? Line it up with your rabies, potentially as a simple, fix to what Matt was saying, that, we are a little bit concerned about that. But I actually like the idea of, separately maybe having the rabies confirmation every 3 years and still having maybe a lifetime option, again, for a larger sum. And Matt, I'll tell you, you reminded me, it sounded like when I lacked a lot of confidence in my dad when he used to say, "I'll think about it." Traditionally, that meant it probably wasn't going to happen. And so and maybe that's not what you meant.
No, I didn't want to imply that it wasn't going to happen. We just want to redo. We did some analysis on this last year when you asked the question. We put that out in a BD, and I want to revisit that and see what some of the pros and cons were again, and refresh our memory on it before I just say, yes, absolutely, we recommend doing that. And so we actually can pull that up and take a quick look at that and refresh that analysis.
And I had done some calculations on it a couple years ago, and I think I'd come up with I don't know, it was just something just over $100,000 or so, maybe a little more. So again, we're not talking about a significant amount of money, but we, something that definitely, for one, addresses the problem that we have where we're not getting a lot of these registrations or these annual renewals, but also could generate a little bit more money as well. And so. Just trying to be, again, thoughtful on ways to generate revenue, and I hope to hear back maybe that we can implement something a little different. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. Actually, most of my questions have been answered, but I do have 2 questions regarding the aquatics facilities and also the community centers. looks like there's a savings of 1.4 million for the community centers. What is that involved? Is that all COVID related, that they're closed because of COVID right now? Is that why the budget shift?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Foley. Yeah, it's cost avoidance. It's all the programming we're not going to be doing. Right now where we sit, it seems likely the only summer programming we will do will be summer camps, and those will be in small groups. Right now we're limited to 12 kids per group. So we're working through what that'll look like and what our capacity will be, but that's pretty much the only programming we're thinking is going to happen. And usually we're pulling in a lot of fees for all kinds of stuff throughout the whole summer. So that's what that represents.
Okay, actually, that was going to be my follow-up question. So that's the net, given that we're not operating the community centers and that we're not bringing in the income in relation to them,
Correct.
the community center program. Okay, is that the same philosophy about the aquatic centers, that they're closed because of COVID, and when we might open them up might not be at all this summer?
Yeah, when we were looking at it, currently under the order, we're prohibited from even allowing people to use them. Even if they started opening, say in July, we haven't hired all the lifeguards. This is all seasonal work. It's kind of the same issue if you look at San Jose, our camp up in Yosemite. We have to have these lead times to hire up staff, train them up, get them going. Same thing with lifeguards and such. So we've been in a hiring freeze. We're not able to use those facilities. So both of those programs, that's why they're suspended. Well, we're just not going to do those this summer.
Okay, thank you. Those are the only questions I had, and I assumed that was COVID related. People love our pools though, so I hope we get those back up and running as soon as we're able. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reyes, you had your hand up, but it may have been from before.
No, it was. I apologize. I had stepped away from my computer. Thank you for calling me again. My questions were already answered through Councilmember Peralez's in terms of placemaking, but I just want to support his comments about why we're not making some of this placemaking more cost neutral and take advantage of the fact that people are really going to want to be outside, and that we're going to need to be the ones monitoring that, especially in our park systems, and that we would take advantage of that fact and bring in our businesses. As you all know, that we've taken a model of Viva Calles from other cities that have a huge economic impact because of this. I don't know that we've been fruitful in that sense, but I think that we have an opportunity to kind of reshape this a bit and bring in our businesses a lot better, and have them be part and parcel of what we would call a Viva Calles. And I think, Councilmember Peralez, you called it Viva al Fresco. No joke. I said that earlier today. I said we're going to call it Streets al Fresco. Because I think there's such a huge connection between the additional space that we're going to need for our restaurants. When people pick up something to eat, they want to go somewhere and eat it. They don't want to go back home. If they wanted to go back home, they would have just ordered out and had somebody delivered to their home. And so I think there's going to be a lot of families, including mine, that are going to want to pick up and go somewhere other than home, because we've been home for the last 2 months, and we're just dying to be out there, right? And so I think it has to work in a way that makes sense for our residents, and that we also take advantage of the type of economic impact that it can make. And I know that in the past, from visiting, I think it was Southern California, there were cities clamoring to have their version of Viva Calles in their own respective city. It wasn't a nuance. I mean, it wasn't a nuisance. It was an absolute economic impact. And from what I remember, I think something like, and if I don't know, somebody from here, oh, I see John, you're here. I think it was like $1.5 million economic impact that was made from those cities. I know we can get there. I know that you are all wonderful fundraisers. I don't know how you do it, but you do such a great job in fundraising. I would hate to give that money back, and instead use that money very creatively to bring out some customers for our businesses, especially for our small businesses and artisan businesses that people really seem to enjoy when we're outdoors. So I heard earlier, John, you say to Councilwoman Perales that you would bring back some information, or at least connect us, let us know that you won't return this money, and that you'll consider doing maybe an alternative proposal instead of just absolutely deleting this from our budget and from our lifestyles.
Well, yeah, thank you, Councilmember Arenas. So this is a budget cut for placemaking here. I know we're going to do an MBA and sort of walk through the various money pots. You're right; it has a great economic impact. We've had that analysis done, and it is around $1.5 million of economic impact here in San Jose when we do these events. So they are big and they are popular. Placemaking was just doubly victimized here. It was a one-time program, which made it vulnerable. And then it's a program that brings large groups of people together, which we can't do. So it really got a double hit here. We are trying to figure out how do we keep it or help it to survive. And maybe that Measure B money will help do that, keep it a little afloat for a while until we get to better times and start bringing in more money. So we'll try to be creative and look at what are some options, and will these sponsors be willing to let us hold on to the money and give them something that they'll be proud to be a sponsor of. So more to come. We'll put that document together for you folks.
Thank you, John. And Dave, would you, if this is something, obviously, if this is a reduction in a program, it's a reduction in a program. It's for us to consider supporting that reduction. Now, I don't necessarily support it because I think that we are going to see a lot of folks at the parks. And unfortunately, how we saw last weekend, people congregating in ways that were really, truly unsafe. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure that when folks come to our parks and our community centers, we are all thinking about how, very diligently about how we're spacing people out and children out. And John, I heard you say that we're going to have a reduction in our summer camp enrollment, even though those are considerably probably a huge hit for parents, including myself, because this is the way that we keep our kids, one, out of our hair, and two, enroll into a real healthy, some really healthy programming, right? Instead of being sitting in front of video games or the TV. And so I think we should look at how to maximize what we have in terms of our community centers and how to offer as much as we can in a way that is safe, some alternatives for parents, because if not, parents are just going to make it up on their own. And I don't know that they'll be as safe as we are. And if we really want to keep this curve flat, we're going to have to offer some alternatives for parents and families until they, can do it for themselves in play groups and things of that sort. I just don't know that our community is there at that point yet where we can just let folks be and let them congregate in parks, because I don't see that happening just yet. Have we considered having something slightly different as a response to COVID to keep our families safe, but also to keep some structured programming out there?
Are you speaking specifically of like childcare and summer camp? Or
well, I'm talking about, yes, sure, summer camp. And I know that you say childcare, but I use our after school rock program as childcare myself, right? This is just the way that I use it. It's not necessarily the way that we think it's a licensed childcare center. These are the ways that most families have our children in a safe space. So yes, between what we do in terms of recreation and the other programming.
Yeah, we got a whole team working on it, and we're also partnering with the library around programming as well for the summer. So we're just for awareness, we're limited in how we can do this right now. You know, maybe June 1st things change with a new order from the health department, but right now, the basic category is we can do this for the provision of supervision or childcare of the children of essential workers.
Right, right.
And we can only do it in groups of up to 12, and whatever adults supervise that group can only be with that group and can never cross over to other groups. So those are limiting factors. And so what we've actually done is we've gone and mapped out every available room that would work for this in every community center, so that we can figure out how many slots can we offer, because we had actually already opened registration before the virus hit and the shelter in place started. We have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people already registered, including many scholarship participants and people who need assistance. So we've come up with a modified program because we don't think one of the big expenses to our summer camp programs is the fact that we do a field trip every week. So you got to pay to transport all these kids somewhere. Maybe you're taking them to the water park or amusement park or the zoo or wherever you're taking them. It's an expense though, and so we're figuring we wouldn't be able to do that anyways. So that will reduce the cost. So what we
Right.
normally charge is going to be a lot lower, and we'll still be able to be cost recovery on the staff side. But we are going to be limited. We won't have enough rooms and people to 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 care for as many kids as we have in the past.
But won't our parks be kind of an alternative facility, an open space where, and I'm thinking like Welch Park is huge. I don't know if people realize how huge Welch Park is, and you can run, I'd say easy, 6 different recreation programs out there and still have room for a baseball game. Um, I don't know if we're thinking of multiple on-site programming, and typically, I know for recreation programs, you don't allow people to come in and out of programming. Usually, it's a stable group of people who are sharing that class through 6 or 8 weeks long, right? So I think it serves our that purpose, right? To have a consistent group for safety reasons and also just for programming reasons. Um, so I mean, I just want us to think about some of those alternative places. Like we have Eastridge Mall where we've been running programs out of. And so it's a not huge room, of course, only one classroom could happen out of there. But there's quite a bit of other places that aren't being used, like our Evergreen Community College isn't being used. There's just a lot of spaces that I think that we can use as alternatives, and it doesn't have to be like on a college campus. It could just be our own parks that we own. I just think we need to think outside of the box in terms of how we offer programming.
Sure, and we are looking at outdoor. And when we look at, we do a summer camp down at Lake Almaden, and that's almost completely outdoors. Because there really isn't a community center or anything there. So we know
Right.
how to film outdoors, and so we are looking at that. But the limiting factor isn't so much that the kids can't intermingle; it's that the staff can't. You start running out of people because it's 10 hours a day. It's 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We think we can do that staffing with 3 people per group of 12 kids, but the math starts to go quick. I mean, we have a big department and we have a lot of staff, but we don't have that many staff. And so we will be hiring up more part-time workers, and a lot of part-time workers that are impacted by some of the budget reductions you're seeing in our budget. We'll be able to catch them to do summer programming and things like that. Although some of them are already really involved in things like helping run homeless shelters and operate those, right, and food distribution. And So we're pretty spread out as a group, but yes, we're
Mhm.
definitely looking at outdoor spaces as well.
Good. And maybe thinking about some of the nonprofits that aren't, coming back online as well as they could be, and that have facilities. Um, uh, I just think that there's going to be a lot of our families are not going to be able to travel. I know I'm not going anywhere. I know a lot of friends and family, they're not going anywhere for sure until next year. So we're going to have a lot of people in our city with very limited things to do. And I think one, we can support our families to do this, and two, we can bring in some revenue um, and go beyond just cost recovery for a lot of this. So I want to hear more about that. And I think Dave, were you going to say something?
Not necessarily. I think the conversation is going well. And so I don't have anything that will necessarily, any epiphany or anything like that. But certainly appreciate hearing from John, and maybe Jill might want to contribute as well in terms of kind of how we're thinking through things. But good questions for sure.
Jill, was there something you wanted to add?
No, I think John covered it well, but we are working together to figure out what summer looks like, knowing the needs that our communities have. We're also looking at what our services will look like and how to utilize our outdoor spaces as well, which might sound a little less normal for a library than for PRNS, but I think it's an opportunity to figure out how to serve our community.
And reinvent yourself, right? I saw that there was San Jose Learns after school program was getting cut. This is for this end of this is for 2021, the second year of the grant.
It's not getting cut. I believe that you're referencing something that we had to do to try to preserve our filled positions, which was that our amazing San Jose Public Library Foundation is able to step in and help fund a portion of the staff member that specifically supports San Jose Learns. So we propose that for this next year. Of course, long term, we would prefer that that staff member is back on our budget, but we were able to keep that program going.
Wonderful. That was going to be my next question. I did see that is just amazing that your foundation was able to do that, because it wasn't clear where that increase was going to. I think it was from 500 to $1 million. So thank you for that answer. I think the other questions I have were already covered. I think somebody already asked about the community center savings and where those were going and for how long. The last one I'll have is about the skate park and the dirt bike park. I know that these are some of the parks that actually are able to open, I think, sooner than others. What are some of the modifications for our skate and bike park?
Well, in the skate parks, at one point, we were actually thinking of filling them in because the teenagers wouldn't stop using them when they were closed. But ultimately, now with this last order, they can be reopened. So the plan is, they need to practice proper social distancing. And so the signage is being changed to reflect what that means for them. Um, and same thing with the bike park. We're having some issues at at Lake Cunningham Bike Park because um, more specifically, the skate park is we fairly frequently people get injured there. They're just trying tricks, and there's some big elements there that kids will mess up on, and they'll get hurt. So we have to have a ranger there to administer first aid or call in extra help if needed. And so that staffing is a little tricky at this time because the rangers are really engaged in patrolling the parks and telling people to stay away from each other and stay off the stuff that's closed. It's a bit of a cat and mouse game we've been playing, and I think it's just going to get a little harder as the summer goes on. And you were talking about it already. There's so much pent up demand, and desire to be out of the house, and now the weather's nice. So that's going to be going on. But in the meantime, it is definitely in the process of reopening.
Great. Are you planning on doing any lessons there as a way to recover any costs?
Not for the summer. We're trying to figure out, even if we opened the skate park, for example, would we only let in like 10 people at a time or something like that, so that they can really space out and not be on top of each other. So I can't say we fully figured out that skate park. The other ones you can just walk right up to and go in them. It's the only one that we control a gate on. So that one we're being a little bit more deliberate about how do we manage and staff this.
Yeah. Let's talk offline, because I think there's going to be quite a bit of people or kids coming into bike and skate, and there's large parking lots, and so if they're not inside the skate park, they're going to be out in the parking lot somewhere. So I'd rather see some structured play out there as much as we can do. But so those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we're nearing the hour. I just had a couple quick questions. If I could try to jump in before we wrap up. Jill, I know very
Mayor, I
difficult.
also have my hand raised, so I don't know if that affects scheduling.
Oh, I see. Okay, why don't we just, yeah. Can I just ask Jill and John, you guys gonna be available tomorrow morning?
Yeah, yes, Mayor. We can resume neighborhood services tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Yeah, let's just do that. I think we've got some more questions coming from everybody, and probably makes more sense. So thank you for that. I believe we have one member of the public who had his hand raised. He apparently does not any longer. So we'll come back then with Councilmember Esparza tomorrow morning. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.